And here we go. It's me and Barry once again as we wait for other people to show up. How's the last week been, buddy?
Odd.
Say that again. I missed half of it.
It was just odd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fill me in.
I paid off one medical bill. What a many. They're going to release me out of physical therapy at the end of the month, next month, end of March.
Is that because you're better, or why is that? Barry, are you there? Oh, I think I lost him. So now I'm talking to myself now. Well, hopefully Barry reconnects, and hopefully I can get somebody to chime in here eventually. But anyway, so Richard Ham is at Dice Tower West, formerly known as MeepleCon. I went to MeepleCon when it was still MeepleCon. That was the first time I ever went to GAMA, which I think is about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe. I went to GAMA, and which was when it was still in Las Vegas, and now it is held in Reno. And GAMA actually comes up here in 2 weeks, and I will be going to Reno to represent Gray Fox Games and talking to some other publishers and doing those sorts of things. And GAMA is a weird convention. It is, when I went to it, when it was in Vegas, it felt like it was just a big party. People, oh, here he comes. He's back. What happened?
I'm back. The internet dropped out for a second.
All right. Well, I was just telling him what GAMA was all about. So GAMA is a publisher and board game retailer convention. It is, just this kind of like trade show, basically. There are three things that I really remember when I went to first time I went to GAMA when I was working with TMG. For one, it was neat because it was in Las Vegas and my brother was still living in Las Vegas at that time. So this has got to be over 2 years ago now, because my brother now lives in North Dakota. He lives in North Dakota again. But so, and I just basically stayed at my brother's house, and and he had like 3 cars, and so I would drive one of his cars to the trade show and back every day. I did, and that was kind of nice. It was nice just staying with my brother, and my niece and nephew were there, and like I went to a couple of my nephew's baseball games and stuff, so that was kind of nice. But the GAMA trade show, because I didn't like stay in a hotel or do anything like that, I was basically like I didn't do much of the party scene, and it just seemed like because it was in Vegas, everybody was just kind of like, woo, let your hair down, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, whatever BS that which that was their Las Vegas, I think, changed their motto recently. I don't know what it is now, but so that was basically like, I don't know. It seemed like a response to like the Hangover movie, just you're gonna have a crazy night in Vegas, but you won't tell anybody else about it or whatever. But so I didn't really get into the whole staying up late and sitting and playing blackjack or whatever with everybody and being a weirdo. I didn't do that, but I do remember it was like a lot of hobnobbing. 2, since it's a trade show, you're not selling anything, so you'll have games, you'll have the games that you're promoting or whatever in front of you, and you'll talk to the retailers as they come through, and you're just kind of, it's weird. It's like you're trying to sell the retailer on the fact that the game is good and they want to carry it. I don't think it really works. I don't even think Gray Fox Games has a booth. We're just going to go. I did actually become a member of GAMA this year, so I guess that was something you needed to do to get the wander around badge or whatever. So that's kind of neat. So now I'm a member of that. Not that that's like a big feat to become a member of GAMA or anything like that. But
origins, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I guess. But
So
I
is
remember
one more effective than the other? Like the New York Trade Fair, is that more effective than GAMA?
I think the New York. So my boss Shane went to New York Toy Fair, which was last week, I think. Last weekend.
Yeah.
And he said it was a waste of time. I mean, for him, he's like, I don't sell toys, so this is kind of pointless for me to be here. He said the food was good. He said he had excellent bagels, but other than that, he said that it was a waste for him to be there. It's just not that kind of a show. But I do remember this. It's like the retailers, the people that I own a board game store, or I own a comic book store that sells board games, or I run Magic the Gathering at my place, whatever. It felt like to me like they were mostly there to be there at the end of GAMA to basically when the places would give away free stuff. Like each booth would be like, oh, hey, we're giving away our games, grab a ticket or whatever. And one of my endearing final moments was it was the last day of GAMA, and Jeff Siadek, the guy owner of Guerrilla Games, which he plays it really. He's not he publishes pretty fantastic stuff for what it is. Of course I'm blanking on the name of it right now. But like he has a miniatures like imagine like playing a combination role-playing game, tactical board game that was like you're basically playing Star Trek, because like you move your miniatures in the in the spaceship, and like you actually have like why can't I think of the name of this right now? I mean, I don't want to look it up, but I will look it up because I'm doing him a disservice by not remembering what the name of this freaking thing is. Hold on a second here. Gorilla, and the cool thing about he's got a like a gorilla suit that he'll wear at conventions and stuff like that, and he'll want to battle stations. That's what it is, battle stations, which is a very, very fun game. It's like a total, like I said, total combination of like an RPG plus like tactical wargaming plus board game. You can kind of play it whoever you like. But anyway, so what is this? Okay, sorry. So he was sitting in his booth, and like he had shown off his games or whatever, but it was the last day, and there was like a booth right across from him that was like a like sleeves slash like just basically a company that makes card sleeves and card boxes and stuff for Magic the Gathering, like stuff like that. And they were doing their like giveaway at the last day, and there were so many people like clamoring to like, because they were like doing the throw it into the crowd like kind of thing, where you see like when people shoot the t-shirt into the crowd or whatever. It was that they were just like, hey, here's a package of sleeves, and here's a package of sleeves. They're just tossing it, and people were like jumping for it. Like they were knocking down the stuff in his booth to get it. And he was just sitting there in his chair looking at his phone and just like shaking his head. And I walked out, I was like, hey Jeff. He's like, yeah, this is great. He's just like, yeah. But I just remember seeing that, and I remember like seeing him lament. And I was like, I felt bad for him, because Jeff's a really cool guy, and he makes some fantastic stuff. So and like I said, I mean, it's just like, it just seemed like there was like the piranhas like coming around and see what they can get for nothing, which whatever, I get it. I'm not gonna lie, when like the somebody shoots the t-shirt into the crowd, it's like, if it comes near me, I'm gonna grab it. But it definitely it's a different kind of show. It's a show for people to do business, really. I mean, it isn't for anything like an actual like convention show. But and I guess, you know, and I'm going there to work for my boss and you know, help him you know, get everything you know, prepped for the rest of the year, which, you know, this should be a fun year, 2020. And after that one, what's after GAMA is in March, and then it's like we have that lull, right? Where April and May come and go, and then we get Origins, and then everything ramps up for the real convention season. I don't know how excited I am for convention season just yet. I enjoy being there sometimes, but I start feeling lonely. You know, like I said, having my daughter with me to Gen Con is cool, but yeah. So yeah, you have UK Game Expo at the beginning of June, and then Origins is let's see here, held in Ohio, 46th year, June 17th to the 21st. July is Dice Tower Con, which I don't know if I'm going to that one or not. And then it's Gen Con after that. And then after Gen Con is Essen. And after Essen is BGG Con. And then there's a PAX Unplugged, which is going to be in December next year, or this year. So yeah, it's quite a few. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what my if I'm gonna, you know, need to be at certain ones or not at certain ones, for Gray Fox or not. I definitely won't be sad if I have to, you know, miss Dice Tower or you know, or you know, for that matter. I mean, Essen was cool, but I wouldn't cry if they were like, oh, you know, it's not cost effective for you to go to Essen. So. James Brazil wants to know if I ever went to Geekway to the West. Geekway to the West was the very last convention I ever went to as an employee of TMG, and they sent me there as a solo guy. I just went there, set up the booth, and you know, Anthony Ricano drove down and helped me. Anthony, he says he's going to come back one of these days to be on the show again one day, but he says it's just his life's just too busy right now. Yeah. So Geekway was very much just a very low key, you know, well, because it's you know, held in St. Louis or whatever, so it's totally a miniature market, like focused thing. And because it's so close, I know that you know, they'll go that Gray Fox goes to Geekway, but once again, it probably wouldn't, you know, be worth. It probably isn't worth it to pay for my plane ticket or anything to go. Yeah. And that's fine. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's like I said with Essen. Everybody was like, oh, wait till you go to Essen. It'll blow your mind, you know, how crazy it is. And I mean, it was just like, you know, a busy day at Gen Con to me. Maybe, I mean, it definitely was cool seeing like the different, you know, there was definitely like larger, like Madigo had a booth all to their own, right? Whereas Madigo had always in the past, they're just absorbed into Asmodee or whatever. Yeah. Miniature Market, Gray Fox and the owner of Gray Fox and the owner of Miniature Market originally launched Gray Fox together, and then Shane bought the owner of Miniature Market out, you know, and then took sole property of it. That's yeah, I mean, it's just I mean, Essen's cool. I mean, I'll totally say being in Germany was neat. I'll never say otherwise. But it's it's just I did it. I went to Essen. I don't have to go back. Which I mean, not to say that if they said, "Hey, you need to go to Essen," and I was working for somebody, and I was like, "Okay, fine, I'll go," but I wouldn't like say no to it. I don't know. Is there any convention you wish you could go to, Barry? Once your rehab is done, and everything like that you'd want to go to?
I want to go back to BGG 1 year.
Yeah.
Yeah. The rest of them, I just think they're too crowded. Yeah. I got to think more about going out and shit now than I would usually.
Well, Origins wasn't too crowded, and I remember you went to that one.
That was like 4 or 5 years ago, though.
Well, yeah, but you went. We went to that cool little board game bar and played Yokohama.
Yeah, but that was before I was on crutches and all that.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, we just gotta get you a rascal, and you can go to anything you want. Nah.
Eventually, I'm gonna. I still gotta, mess with the lower back, and
So, did you see like their here? I was gonna, if there was, I don't, but I don't care. Hold on, I gotta find it though, and I'm gonna ask you these questions because I'm sure I don't know how much time you spend on the Facebooks. But hold on, let me find this real quick here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Did you ever go to concerts like when you were younger?
I went to a couple, not many. I don't really like crowds. I never did.
Why? You that seems like a very, very standard statement from you. Why don't you explain to me why you don't like crowds?
I don't like my personal space invaded, and I don't like a lot of noise.
And is there a reason for that, or is it just?
I don't know. I've always been like that. Never really looked into it. Yeah, I've always been like that. Probably because my uncles were very loud and obnoxious and all that. There's a different breed of people back then. Like my fear of heights, they thought to get over my fear of heights, they hang me out the second floor window by my ankle. Shit like that.
Oh. That's the way they showed love.
Yeah. Different type of people back then. We're a little softer now.
For better or for worse?
I don't know. We Americans are softer, but the rest of the world is not. Yeah.
All right, so then explain to me, like, where, if you could go to any one convention and like you could control the crowd to a level that you would like, how would you do it?
I don't know. Like, I probably would go to Gen Con at one point just for the spectacle. Maybe Origin. Like I said, I did enjoy Origins the few times I went, but again, it wasn't as crowded back then. I heard it like almost doubled the capacity since then, or something like that. The other, I have no urge to go to Florida in July, so that worked out.
I've told the story before, and I don't mean to keep telling it over and over again, but I mean, I remember when I went to Dice Tower, and I remember I was like left, July in North Dakota, which is like whatever, like 80 degrees and very little humidity, very nice outside. Then I went to flew in the plane in climate controlled Wonderment or whatever. Landed, great, cool. And then got off, got out and like called my Uber, and then went to he went outside to get in, and all of a sudden I was like, duh. It was like, whatever, like 95 degrees and 95% humidity. It was just ridiculous. And yeah, it was warm. It felt like I was swimming through the through the air. Like I said, like I've told people, it's like I felt. Yeah, it's like I felt like I had just taken a shower and I had like not dried myself off and put my shirt on. Just like everything just immediately stuck to me. And I was just kind of like, well, this is crazy. I can't find this list. So there was this thing bebopping around on the intrawebs, like on a little while back, and it was like basically like this listing of things where it was like, my favorite board game and my what was it like? It was like my favorite board game, and then like the board game I think is overrated, the board game that I think is underrated, the board game, and on and on and on and on like that. And of course, now I can't find it, so I can't show off with it or anything like that. I was going to ask everything. I'll find it. I'll ask you these things, but I mean, it definitely was one of those like dang it, I can't think of it now. Oh well, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, okay, I'll try to remember them in my head here. So I mean, it's just like, what is the what's the like board game that got you into the hobby? Like the one that like opened your mind to the fact that there's like other stuff available or whatever.
Pandemic is the one that got me in, but it was Mansions of Madness second edition that kept me in.
Yeah, and it was just why? What was it that?
Well, when Pandemic, it was the first time I've ever played a co-op to begin with. It showed me. I was used to mass market games, and what happened is I'd get Jen a game every year, and I was in Target one year, and I saw Pandemic and Quirkle, which Jen actually really likes this Quirkle, but Pandemic was the one that showed me what board games can do, or it introduced me to what they could do, and then Mansions of Madness. I was going back and forth between that and Arkham Horror, and I was doing some stuff on the YouTube with it at the time, and I just didn't think I wasn't ready for Arkham Horror, or me and Jen weren't ready for Arkham Horror at the time. So we went with Mansions of Madness, and that showed me the story-driven games, and that's basically what I go for now is theme and story-driven,
Yeah. And then like, did you go through the standard like big giant flurry of buying tons of the board games all at once?
Yeah. Over a year, I got or something like that. 150.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever get rid of any? I know I've asked you this before, but I forget.
I actually got to get back to that. There's a bunch. There's probably 150 I want to get rid of. Yeah, but I never got rid. I've given some away, but I not many. Yeah. That is one thing I do want to get to. That like I said, I do want to build a gaming table and all that. I haven't gotten to it yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still trying to get my shop set up. It's very, very close though. Tomorrow I might actually paint it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how will that work? I mean, do you're just gonna get a paint gun and spray it from far away while you sit on while you sit on a chair, or what? You can move. How much can you move before you start like before it starts to bug you?
Let me see. I just actually did a test yesterday in physical therapy for this. It was 650 feet in 6 minutes. So,
And that's just with excruciating pain.
Nah, it's
the
just
entire
the
time?
muscle spasms and my legs give out on me. But my legs still aren't built up enough. I've actually gained a lot of weight since I got out of hospital too.
Mm.
So it's strength test, strength endurance now. It's like I said, they want to discharge me at the end of March for like 4 months, so I can work on the strength training and all that, and then come back if I have to. Because I actually thought for a while I was at a plateau in it, but that test yesterday I doubled the times and the distance on the testing, so it actually surprised me. But it's coming along. But with I could stand for a while. Like I've been making um, some shop furniture, so I've been standing in front of my table saw for half hour, 45 minutes at a time. I still can't walk and carry anything though.
Hmm.
So it'll come.
That's all from that accident that you had all those years ago, right?
Nah, this is something different. This is I injured my lower back working on trains. Um, this is up in my neck. It's one of my tendons turned into bone over the years apparently, and it actually started pushing into my spinal cord, and it just progressed really quickly. Like I went from being okay to an infant basically within a month. I lost control of my hands and my legs.
Hmm.
And then they had to go in and cut four vertebrae, or yeah, four vertebrae, and then remove them and narrow out a channel, and then put it all back and put rods in my neck and all that.
James Brazil wants to know if you are primarily using resistance bands to build up muscles.
In there it's weights, the machines, leg press, and the row arm and the rowing and all that. And walking, it's just a lot of walking.
Yeah. All right, I'll ask you this. This is what's one of your favorite underrated games, like a game that you think is great, but other people they don't think it's cool. Or it didn't get the shake that it deserved.
Tragedy Looper.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Well, that was a tough. It was a tough game to teach. I think they might have been able to do a little better with that too, with the rules on that one. But yeah, but I think that's an underrated game that just got no love. Basically,
Now, Tragedy Looper, that was the one where it was time travel, or what was it?
It was there was basically one guy who's committing crimes, and the rest of the people as a team were trying to prevent him through basically time travel and trying to block him basically until you could find him.
And was it one against many, or how did it work?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it had a minimum of 4 players, and I think it was 1 against 3, if I remember right. It's been a while since I played it, just because I couldn't really get anybody to play it. It's a tough game to teach.
I heard that the rule. I remember somebody saying that it was a tough rule book. Like the rule book was a little bit tougher to get through. Any truth to that? Do you remember?
Yeah. Well, it was a translated game, and I don't remember if there were a lot of issues with that, but it was back in the days when rule books weren't as refined as they are now. You know,
that is one thing about. I mean, we lament a lot of the things about the board game hobby and how it's like gotten worse because of this, that, and the other thing. But I think that's one of the things is like the quality of games, like as far as components and as far as games that how good the games are. Definitely do. I think I've gotten better, but I do think it's one of those things where the rule books, we just don't accept a bad rule book anymore, if that makes sense.
yeah, yeah, that is true, and I think the I don't want to say the attention span, but designers back then weren't really worried about tailoring to the players. It's like, here's my rules, learn them or don't.
Yeah.
I think the industry got a little more refined to not only newer players, but also like the weightiness of them has dropped a little bit. Over the last 4 or 5 years. So,
do you think that like, well, I still think you can find those like more arcane and more difficult games out there, if you just take some time to look for them. But it's yeah, I would agree that a lot of the hard edges that games used to have, unless it's like a genre like, well, even war games are getting kind of like the let's smooth out the edges, just to make it more. I mean there will still be war games out there with really intense and minutia rule books out there, but I think we're getting away from that, even in that subsector. I mean, there's lots of war games out there now that are presented as, oh well, it's like the heavy war game feel, but with a rule set that's more really accessible. My wife is mocking me right now. Well, and then I've said a lot, like Root is basically a war game. I mean, it is. That's what it is. It's and people are playing it and they're like, oh my gosh, I've never played anything like this. And it's like, well, yes, because you haven't played some of the greatest war games that are out there. I mean, like Swords of Rome, I think, is one, if I remember correctly, that which basically has 5 asymmetrical factions that do war against each other. I mean, it's not a direct comparison, but I mean, it is a lot of the same stuff that goes on. If I remember that, here, hold on. I'm trying to remember the name of this one. I own it, or at least I did at one point or another. I can never remember anything though. Have you played Root?
No, I haven't. I haven't really played any games since all this started. I haven't driven in over a year and a half now. And Jen wakes up at 5 o'clock in the morning, so it's tough for me to go out at night.
Yeah.
So I haven't really played anything in the last probably year and a half. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, hey,
and all that.
I was going to ask you, did you see that they are not changed? We'll come back to Root here in just a second. But did you see that Asmodee is no longer going to support their games as far as with giving you like you can't contact them any longer to for missing pieces or like whatever, like anything like that. You can't like, you have to go take it back to the place you bought it and then request it there, like basically, and then that company then will like if you go to your local game store, it'll be their job to like contact Asmodee or whatever to either have a brand new game sent or have a like replacements or whatever. It basically they aren't going to have a customer service thing anymore. Which I have my own opinions as far as like what makes for a whether or not that's something that they need to be doing or not doing. I mean, I definitely have opinions about that. I've always thought it was, like I said, if you bought a TV at Best Buy and you brought it home and it didn't work, you wouldn't contact Sony and say, hey, my TV doesn't work. You would bring it back to Best Buy and say, give me another TV. And they'd be like, oh, sorry. And then they go through the process of contacting Sony to have another TV sent to them. It does, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I guess there's a big difference between that. Like you're holding onto a 25-pound piece of plastic and metal that doesn't do anything. So I can understand why that would be annoying or whatever. So I don't know. What was I talking about?
From what I'm hearing, I'm actually wondering if Asmodee is coming to an end soon.
I would no. I mean,
not completely, but I mean, we know they're dismantling Fantasy Flight over there, the digital side and all that, and then now the customer service and all that. I'm starting to wonder,
Yeah.
Is the industry doing okay or?
Well, I mean, it depends on who you talk to. I went to a my local game store just the other day because they're having the local game store I have is he's blind, like the guy and so he recently he is having he started his own charity to support disabled gamers, and he's having a big first weekend of March. He's having a big get together. You come in, you can win prizes, this, that, and the other thing, and it's $5 to attend, minimum donation, just to raise money for his foundation and do his thing. So he wanted my help with a couple of things, and I was just like, so I stopped in and we had a pretty long discussion, and like he's talking about just getting out of selling board games because he says it's just not worth it anymore. He says he's like, I don't restock anything unless it's like one of the top 5 sellers of board games. Like he's like, I don't, and then he pointed, the shelf behind him was still covered in board games. And on Black Friday, he basically had a 75% off sale. Like come in, and if it had been a game that had been sitting on a shelf for 3 months or longer, 75% off. Just and he still probably has 400 board games on his wall, and he hasn't restocked anything other than like your Scythe or Wingspan or he'll order something in for somebody if they ask for it, but he won't do, and they just sit there, just sunk cost, just sitting there on a shelf, not going anywhere. And and he was like, board games are impossible to sell. He said, it's like, he said, it seems like every time I turn around, the industry is making decisions that are basically they say they all love the local game store, but they're making decisions just to phase us out. which I believe. I mean, like I tell them all the time. It's just like, how many times do people come in here? They're going to ask you for a board game, or they're going to look at the board game on the shelf, and then they're going to pull up their phone and look it up on Amazon and see if they can get it for cheaper in 2 days. He's like, he says it happens every day. So.
It's a shame.
Yeah, I mean, they, it's one of those things where they don't, they don't ever, it's just, and I told him, and to defend that those decisions or whatever, I told him, it's like, if a publisher goes out of business, I mean, you're not wringing your hands over it. You're not like, oh my gosh, I can't believe publisher X is going out of business and they're no longer selling, but just like, and he said, just as they're not like getting upset that, local game store Bob's Dungeon went out of business. They don't care. It's just like, it's convoluted, I guess would be the best way to probably say it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's a weird situation. I mean, I think that our industry is still strong, but I mean, it is getting more and more difficult to make a mark, if you will, and maintain maintain your presence, in the world. Sword of Rome was the game I was trying to think of. Holy cow, it must be out of print. I see like copies are selling for $180.
Really?
Yeah, wow. Interesting. Yeah, might be time to go down there. Yeah. Point-to-point movement, battle card driven. Yeah, okay. So I wasn't completely off on whether or not that was playtime. 360 minutes. Not very often you get somebody to come over to your house. Get 5 people over to your house. We're gonna play a 6-hour game of Sword of Rome. Let's do this. Actually, it's gonna be 8 hours because the first 2 hours are gonna be teaching everybody how to play.
Yeah, that's true. That's one thing I do miss about the beer mongers. Jamie would have something at his house once a year, and then we'd have something at beer mongers twice a year, where it'd be like 15 hours of gaming or whatever.
Yeah.
And we'd get a chance to play games like that there. Although the last one I noticed, not all the people there, but a lot of them were switching towards the 45-minute games.
Here, John Edwards. I like stores that provide a service, play space, tournaments, demos, painting workshops, recommendations. I bought Watergate in my local friendly game store. LFGS? So, okay, I'm going to respond to John, and I don't know anything about John personally or anything like that, so I'm not calling him out by any means. The place I go to, they have play space. They do Magic the Gathering tournaments. They've done demos. They don't do painting workshops. They don't. I definitely have told him that he needs to have a recommendation spot. He has a recommendation spot for like his comic books where like staff picks or whatever. I've told him he needs to like just have a section where staff picks of like board games that you have. But I mean, he doesn't do it. I don't know why not. But I bought Watergate at my FLGS too. Now this has nothing to do with John, and I'm just as guilty of this as anybody else. It is way easier to buy a board game at a game store that's $20 because and Watergate I think is $20 or $25 because that copy, with like say your local game store discounts 10%. I personally I fully believe that all local game stores need to discount something. It like minimum of 10%. Maybe 20%. They just need to like discount their board games something off the MSRP just because. But say you charge $25 for Watergate and somebody buys Watergate. Buying a copy of a $25 board game is way easier because with the discount, it's like $17.99 if you go onto Amazon, and your brain just can like go, well, you know what, I'll pay the extra $7. Who cares? And I'll support my local game store. You aren't going to buy a copy of Twilight Imperium at a local game store because it's like $140. Well, 20% off at is substantially more if you go online and buy it, if you can find it for 30% off, 40% off, or something like that. So I think that and James just had this thing where he said stores that have a priming option to prime minis would be fantastic, especially in places with inclement weather. Well, there's two things about priming now that I've gotten way back into minis. So most D&D minis now, the ones that are sold that are the actual like Nolzur's Magic minis and Reaper's Bones or whatever, they can be painted without priming, which mileage may vary on that. When I paint those, I definitely do reprime them myself, just because I like to do. I hate this. I do the Zenithal thing where you basically like you bring on you prime the whole thing black, and then at like approximately like a 45-degree angle, you prime it gray, and then from basically almost the top down, you prime it white, and then you just really almost like I'll either use contrast paints, or I will use inks, or I'll use very watered down paints so like the paint you put on, like it brings out like the prime color underneath it, so it brings off the shadows and stuff. It just the miniature just looks better. Anyway, but one of the things about people saying, "Oh, you can't prime a mini if it's cold outside." Okay, if it's raining outside, yeah, you can't prime it. And one, you can prime with an airbrush, which not everybody has an airbrush. I do, but even if you just have cans, one, you can go into your garage and do it, which I do, which is super easy to do. I mean, and the thing is that you can definitely prime when it's cold out. It's been 10 below outside, and I've gone outside and used an aerosol can and primed a mini before. Now, I mean, you definitely you want the can to be inside the house and be warm. Go out, prime it, and then come back in rather quickly. And you might have to take a trip or two outside, but you can still do it. Is it a pain in the butt? Yeah, sure. It's way easier if it's like 80 degrees outside and you just stick 12 minis onto your yardstick and you go out and get it all done. I totally understand that, but yeah, I can't imagine the space to give people to be able to prime their stuff. I don't. That just wouldn't be worth it unless there's somebody using it constantly. Space is king at any game store or any retail store for that matter. I mean, the more room that you have, the more stuff you can sell, the more varied options you can have. Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. I don't have an answer for local game stores. We used to have 5, and now we're down to 2. So, and there's really, and of those 2, there's really 1. I mean, and that's the one I go to. The other one is yes, they have some board games and they have some RPG stuff, but they are like the Game Workshop place. They are the 40K people are there. Then that's how they keep that place open. A little bit. Yeah, here he came back. No, I mean, yeah, even and I've heard about the complete strategist the in New York City. That's if I ever am in New York City, I want to go check out the Complete Strategist. I've heard about that place. It's like spoken of reverently. I went to Madness in Dallas. If you ever are, if you go to BGG-Con, go to Madness. It is a uh, it is the most ridiculous game store you'll ever be in your life. You can't believe there's a game store that big. It is absolutely huge, and I don't know how they stay in business. And I don't think they sell anything cheap. I don't think they give any discounts on anything, which may be why. But if you want something, they have it. Yeah. You see, the thing is that 5 years ago, board games were the thing, right?
Yeah.
And now it's it's D&D now. I mean, it totally is. Which is crazy, but yeah, Madness Games and Comics. It's in Plano, Texas, technically, but it is like it's like a Costco. I mean, maybe not that big, but I mean, it is absolutely huge, and they have comics, they have card games, they have toys, board games, role-playing games, just anything you can think of. Definitely, if you go, you can do the store tour, and it doesn't do it justice as far as like you're gonna go and you're gonna see like that. You have to walk into that place and just see, it's just relentless as far as the amount of crap that's in there. So, yeah, but no, I've heard of the Complete Strategist. I think they had an online presence for a while. I don't think they do anymore. But you don't get out anymore, so you don't even go to any. You don't go to any even a board game store anymore, do you?
Nah, I have one around, in town, about a mile away, that I used to go to. Not for the game days or anything, because I tried it once and the crowd was a little different for me. I didn't think I meld well with it. But the store I'd go in, if I was going to buy one or two games, I'd go in there. If it was like more than that, I'd go online. But what I found with them is they weren't really up with what the players were doing at the time. What the industry was doing at the time. Like, they didn't keep up with the hot games and stuff like that.
Okay.
To an extent, like, I guess they just solely relied on the distributors.
Really?
Yeah. And it's a pretty big one. They do a lot of LARP stuff too, so it's pretty big with that. People.
How would you make money off of selling for LARPs? I don't know how that would.
I don't know.
Because I still remember like seeing, like, not knowing exactly what people were doing, and of course everybody has their stupid, like, oh, the way I nerd is way better than the way you nerd. So I'll fully admit that I was a bit of a turd when I would like see these people. But I remember, like, when I would go to back in the day when having a really nice computer was a little bit too expensive for people, like that. I was in my 20s and didn't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. But like the local college, North Dakota State University, had a huge computer lab. I mean, like, literally, like, 1,000 computers in there that basically access to. You could sit down and get on the internet and do whatever. And like, we would go there and we would play our first person shooter games and stuff. And I remember we went there and we're going to have a Diablo night to go there and play Diablo or whatever. And I remember we got there and there was these like little huddled groups of people in this like main area of the room where they were all like sitting there and like having these little discussions, and every once in a while like one person out of each like group would go into the middle, and we'd see them doing rock paper scissors with each other, and then they'd come back and they'd talk. And then there was this one guy who was dressed like all in black, who had a cloak on, who I later on I realized was like the referee of the whole thing. And he was like, and they were playing vampire, they were like basically doing live action role play. I remember thinking, nerds, I'm gonna go play. You're a bunch of nerds, but I'm gonna go play my Diablo for a while. Nerds. But they look like they were having a blast, which
exercise. Yeah.
Well, I mean, just having discussions. And I remember I met somebody who was like, he was all like telling me about how he was like the head of the North Dakota clan of something, like, so each they I guess they put it together pretty well. I don't know. And there was like one of them, and he was in North Dakota. He was in charge of whatever clan it was, and and just like, and he took it really seriously, like, I don't know, I couldn't tell you what it was. It started with a B, I think. Somebody's gonna chime in. Oh, look at this, look at this guy.
You industry giant.
What's the guy in your shirt? Marvel, but what is it? Oh, of course.
Cheap shirt for the gym.
Cheap shirt for a cheap guy.
That's me.
That's you. Welcome aboard, Robert. What, did the dogs wake you up?
Yep. Damn furry idiots. Couldn't we just hold it till the morning, could they?
We were just talking about all kinds of stuff, but we were talking about like local game stores and like if you ever, well, next time, have you been to Madness Comics and Games and Comics in Plano, Texas, when you go to BGG Con? Have you been to Madness?
I don't go anywhere.
No. But next time we go to BGG Con, I'll pay for the Uber and I'll take you to Madness. You've got to check this store out, dude. It's like cool. Basically it's a Costco basically of comics and games and everything. It's
I've been reading a ton of comics lately.
Good.
I've had some stomach problems, so I've been able to sit on the throne and read.
There you go.
I've been just reading.
I know you get most of your stuff online, but do you have a local game store that you go to?
No, I go to a local game store. They got this thing where they stamp a card for you, and it's $8 every time they fill the card. Now, I go to the comic book store on a Wednesday because all the new books come out on a Wednesday, and I spend about $80 every time. So there's 8 slots, and then you get $8. So I pile it up, and then I buy those omnibuses.
Oh yeah.
So I've been doing that lately. My obsession is trying to finish my collection of omnibuses.
There you go.
I'm walking in the place, and I see this book, and it's a Scholastic book. Now I know what you're going to say. Oh, Domi can't read, but it just looked intriguing. And the name of the book is Amulet. I don't know if you ever heard it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's my daughter read all of them.
All 8 of them so far.
Yeah.
And they're coming up on the last one. Well, I decided to read it. I bought the first one the first week. And after I read that first one, and the neat thing about it is, for you at home, if you go and put Amulet Book 1, they actually, somebody, I don't know who this guy is, and I wish I could credit him, but he had these wonderful voice actors voice act the entire comic book. So each panel is voice act.
Mm.
So you get to watch the first book. And once you read that first book, that's it. You're in. Yeah, I mean, I was all in. I bought the other 8 books. I read it. Now we're waiting for the last book, the final chapter. And there's so many twists and turns. And you would expect this to be like a a scholastic book. You would go, oh, okay, this is going to be like really dumbed down. But it is written and it is drawn so beautifully. I really suggest you read it.
No, I read them after my daughter read them.
Oh, no. Did you?
Yeah, they're good stuff. And it's also it's not kiddie either, right?
That's the point I was making. I mean, some of the characters are cute and this, that, and the other, but I was just completely blown away by it.
Yeah, they don't pull the punches in certain situations and stuff like that. No, well worth it. And the author came to some local thing here, and was actually and they actually and like when like right around when number 6 or 7 came out, and so my daughter has like either number 6 or number 8 signed by them, because like you were able to buy the book and they signed it and you'd sign it for them.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, it's one of those, like, they're on the tour, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just a quick
we've got our big thing coming, MegaCon, which is like massive.
MegaCon? You mean like the people that made Myth MegaCon games? That's right.
No. This thing is actually you can go to it and enjoy it. Get it? But boy, what happened? Where is everybody?
Dice Tower West, and so I know that Richard Ham isn't here for that, and I think Pete's at that as well. So
really,
maybe, I don't know. Hey, so here, I'll ask you this. I was asking Barry before he went to use the restroom or something. What do you think is the most underrated game, in your opinion, in the board game hobby?
Underrated game?
Yeah.
Give me a second. Kabuki, no, he's in Texas. I talked to him today, as a matter of fact, Aldi. Boy, underrated game.
Well, I'll open that. What's the most overrated game?
Overrated game would probably be Zombicide. Zombicide. It's my problem with it is the shooting rules, and it's been done like 1,000 times over.
Yeah, I mean, but that was like, I think we mentioned last week, Zombicide was the first it was the first Kickstarter that like it was like, oh, make sure you back it or else you aren't going to get this one little Evel Knievel zombie figure, or like this Hulk Hogan zombie figure, stuff like that. There was all that like tongue-in-cheek Kickstarter exclusive stuff.
I think the most underrated game is something I don't know if this counts as a game. Does a print and play game count as a game?
Well, can you play it?
Yeah. Well,
I guess, okay, go ahead with that one, but then I want you to follow up with an actual like game
from publisher.
That's published.
I think 4 Against Darkness. I've been playing it like insanely, and it's actually very, very good. It's such if you're a D&D fan and you can't get your group together and you got the itch, I mean, this is just a thing that is fantastic. And great storytelling, ease of play. You don't fumble over it. Trying to flip through the book a million times. If you print out your charts, you're off and running. And I don't think it gets enough love. I would love to see them try to do a box set of it or something. Underrated. If I'm just looking around here for anything with a wrapper off of it.
My underrated game is
Village Attacks.
Yeah, that's a good game.
It's a really good game. I don't think it got. I mean, it did okay, but I thought it was going to do a lot better. Huh?
It just vanished, right? It was a big deal on Kickstarter for a brief time, and then just like a lot of these Kickstarter games, like who have you seen or have you heard from that said that?
Oh, you know something? I'm going to change that.
Death May Die. Death May Die game. It's like nobody says anything about that game. It got a gajillion dollars on Kickstarter, but nobody says anything about it. Everybody
but it
like
got
shows
a gajillion dollars, so it kind of counts. You know something? I'm going to go with Nathaniel Robinson. This is a game I absolutely love, and it will never leave my collection. Dawn: Rise of the Oculites.
Oh, yeah, that game is crazy. The miniatures are amazing.
Yeah, the imagination and if I went out and I got the painted set, so I didn't have to paint it, and it's just beautiful. It sits there and I want to play it. I love the whole natural selection thing with it. It plays well. It tells a great story. I'm going to change my decision. I'm going to go with the Dawn: Rise of the Oculites. That game, Eagle Griffin brought it out. They showed it. I remember they showed it at a Dice Tower Con that I had gone to, and everybody loved it, but nobody would buy it. It was too pricey back then.
Oh yeah, it was ridiculously. I did a video of that 1,000 years ago, but yeah.
So did I. It's actually one of my early or one of the first old video. I mean, geez.
So Death May Die, Cthulhu Death May Die. That's kind of like I think I was gonna say that is so. It's like the epitome of the big giant splash in Kickstarter, but then immediately forgotten about game, right? I mean, everybody wanted that giant Cthulhu, because and everybody's got that in that place of prominence now in their board game room. I know yours is in the front of the board game geek.
I got another one.
Oh, you do? Okay.
And the reason I got the second one, number one, I wanted to do that for Aldi because I just love the guy. But the reason I want the second one is because the game's that good.
Yeah.
The game is that good.
But nobody talks about it. I don't know anybody who plays it, honestly. Yeah. You don't see pictures of it. You don't see people playing it. You don't see
Richard Launius. Of course, when you think of Cthulhu, you have to think of him, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And he played it, and he actually said, "This is a fantastic Cthulhu game. It really is a great game. It plays very well. The miniatures are ridiculous. They were fun to paint.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't struggle. I mean, from start to finish with that game, I absolutely loved it. It's funny, I find myself, I think a lot of people are going to, this is the way a lot of people are going to go. I've been printing and playing more things than I've been buying stuff. Today I went and I saw this I love that drive-through RPG.
Yep.
So I went and I picked this up. I cut out all the little cards and everything like that, and you're going through this dungeon, and it's smart, simple. I've been just pulling these things out and trying to find these little gems. I'm just hello.
Oh, hold on a second here. It's Scott Alden. Oh, he's calling me because he's in the room.
Oh,
funny man.
Sitting here for like 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
10. It was more like 10. But Rob, thanks for those kind words, man. Appreciate that.
What's that?
You said you love me.
Of course I do. How could I not?
Are you cold there, Scott? You're all bundled up.
It's kind of cold out, actually. I'm still
wearing it's actually coming down here. I mean, it's
getting chilly.
For this time of the year, it's normally about 75, 76, and it's supposed to like drop down in the 50s, which is uncommon for here.
Let's see. Let me check my temperature right now.
It's
7 degrees. 7 degrees. This is great. It's.
Hey Siri, what's the weather?
It's currently clear and 39 degrees in Dallas.
39. That's cold for Dallas.
Yeah,
chilly.
I
know it's nothing.
No, I mean I remember it's like I'll fully admit like there was a time there was a BGG con where I was like outside in my shorts and my t-shirt and like it was windy and I was like this is kind of cold. I was like this is kind of annoying. It's supposed to be like 50 degrees here.
There's been a few BGG cons that have been pretty darn cold, and then at the end there's like 70, and then everybody's like, "I'm sweating, I'm dying."
Yeah.
What was that print and play game you had there, Rob?
4
Against Darkness.
Oh, is that a print and play? I thought it was.
That's a print and play. Also, is
you can buy it. Also, I think you can buy like little softbound books.
Yeah, I got that. I got this, which is Epic Adventure Dungeon Crawl. I just got in the mail because I got it through drive-through. Here's a 4 Against Darkness.
Oh, nice.
Which they have like a million supplements, but this I plan on doing very soon, and it just intrigues me because.
Which one is that? Can't read it.
This is called Iron Sword, and this is a companion to it. I got this from drive-through also. It's it could be many different things. You could play it in a group, but you can solo it. And the neat thing about it is it gives you all these options that you build the story yourself. So you're automatically immersed into it.
Right.
So it gives you this option.
So is it one of those things where you kind of choose where you're going and what you're doing?
No. You build this story and then you go and create the story. It's really just now this I haven't even got to yet. This is supposed to add a ton more, but you set the scene. That's what it is. You set the scene, and then you run into things, and you can roll on this thing, almost kind of like D100, which is just awesome, Kabuki. Where you can have a major plot twist, like everything that you're doing, and you start doing. All of a sudden, you can roll on this chart, and the next thing you know, everything kind of takes this weird turn. So maybe you got like a companion with you that betrays you, kind of like how you would at a con, Lance.
Oh, there's never me. I betrayed Lance at cons.
What now?
So is it soloable type stuff?
Oh yeah, it's totally soloable. If that's a word.
Soloable.
But
a word.
You can also GM it, and it's just right now what I'm reading, because I want to do this because I've been experimenting both on Twitch and YouTube. I've been using that Restream, and it's been really fun. So I've been doing things out of the ordinary because I just don't care. No, I mean, I really don't. I don't have to be.
What does it matter? Yeah, I mean, like, who cares?
I mean, everything that's coming out lately is just kind of. I mean, how many times can you farm for wheat?
Yeah.
I mean, how much coal can you bring back to your village? I mean, I'm just looking for something different, I think.
Yeah.
And I've been finding it.
Do you see that Video Vortex game? Have you heard of that yet?
No.
It's really interesting. It's a deck builder.
Okay.
But it's set in it's a post-apocalyptic world where each faction has been defined by the videos they found at the Video Vortex store. Right? Video Vortex is the rental store. So they have all these tropes of like, you know, post-apocalyptic punks from romantic comedies, you know, or something like.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And the art is done by Boneface. Does that sound familiar? Boneface?
Boneface.
Is that right? Who apparently is
Bonesaw's ready.
Maybe I'm wrong. Hold on, let me look it up. But it's a Mondo game, and the artwork, the presentation is amazing. And they've redefined. Sorry. Oh, by the way, I got so sick last Wednesday. Like after we got off, I went to bed, Boneface. So I got off, and I had not left my bedroom until Monday morning.
Wow.
I've been flued up, and today is my first like normal day since last week. It's really fucking annoying.
That sucks, dude.
Maybe I got corona. Maybe I'll be immune to the corona.
Maybe you're Agent Zero for the U.S. corona.
I don't leave the fucking house. I mean, Michelle got so I don't know where. We don't know where it came from.
People just all I can say about this, and I'm going to tell you all. When we start taking it seriously at my work, that we're kind of, what's the best way to do it? We're talking about it.
It's on your radar.
It's on our radar, and it's just a matter of time.
We're all dead.
No.
It's coming. It's already in Europe.
It's coming.
There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no. I don't know.
Italy got hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
Some other places got pretty hit hard.
Right. It'll come out of nowhere here.
They were welding people's doors so they would not come out of the house in China. They were welding people's doors so they do not.
Seth Hyatt, remember him?
Oh yeah,
the guy who read Mayday. It's not Mayday anymore, but like he was in China and he got scared and came home, and he was like, there was nobody on the streets. He was saying like it was empty.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't even near Wuhan. Yeah, see, I got that. That's my leftovers from the flu of last week.
Gee, I hope I don't catch that.
I hope you guys don't. It was rough.
Yeah, me too. I was wondering, like, when I worked with the trains, you know, I could sit next to the Ebola virus and it wouldn't catch on. I mean, there was so much shit on the train. You know, but I've been thinking lately, I'm in this house all the time for like the last year and a half, and I'm worried about that.
Yeah, your immune system is nothing.
Shit.
Is that a thing though? Yeah. Are you constantly? I don't know. Like I'm stupid with this stuff, right? Like, are you constantly under assault every day in your real life of every like virus and germ attacking your body constantly?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So if I don't go out and hit the world, hit the air, I mean,
oh yeah, I believe that. Yeah,
your body doesn't. It you have to look at it almost.
Weak. It gets weaker, kind of thing.
Yeah,
it gets flabby.
Yeah, if you sit on the couch all day, go ahead and try to walk. If you never leave the couch.
Yeah, that's not
okay.
Not that bad.
You're not going to go that far.
I work at home, right? And I don't know. I know kids, and Michelle drives herself, and it's like we don't. I go out, but I don't go out like normal people go out.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
You'll be the first to fall.
Yeah. Well, it was nice knowing you guys. Been a great run.
We all remember Aldi.
Trump was on TV for like hours tonight, wasn't he? Was it an hour? Or maybe it was my mistake. It was playing a replay or something. But I turned it on. I saw it at 6:30 or 5:30, I think, something like that. And my buddy Randy from Chicago came into town and was showing him around the house and stuff. And I came back to the office and it was still on. I was like, how is this possible? But I guess it was probably just replay. But it's like no problem. It basically was like, don't worry about it, no problem. From what I understood. I'm like,
well, I mean, are you going to go on national TV and say, Listen,
buckle
everybody,
up.
you're doomed.
Just cash in.
Put your head between your legs.
I wonder how many false positives BGG will get this week by people searching the word pandemic. I'm not kidding. Pete, that happens. There's like these pandemic. If you search, like, you know, we've hit like some, forget what it was. There was something that mainstream that came up and people were searching for it, and there was a BGG page matching the word, and it hit up the hotness.
Pandemic. Play it. Paint the cubes different. Now you have coronavirus.
Are we in the red one, the blue one, the black one, or the yellow one? It's the red one, right? About China.
Yeah, I would say so. It's not going to be pretty.
We got to get 5 of a kind, baby.
5 of a kind. Whoa.
I think weren't they already working up a cure? Like I know there was some like positive, like
but
early tests.
they have to. It's the trials that they have to get through. They have to try it on humans, and that's not something you just do for a week and go, oh, okay, everybody will be fine.
Yeah.
Well, here.
Oh, here, drink this.
Over there, it's
Everybody's a guinea pig. They just put it in the water.
Yeah.
You guys will be fine.
But being bedridden for like 4 days, I've watched a lot of news about the coronavirus.
Yeah. I can't.
There is nothing worse than just not feeling well. Just like
believe I'll take anything. It is the worst. I could not get out of. I mean, I could get out of bed, but I did not want to be. Right? You know that feeling when you're like, "Oh shit, I shouldn't have stood up."
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you're like, "I got to get back in the bed." It was bad. But now, I've got a little cold and I've got a little cough, but I'm like, I feel good.
I haven't gotten the flu in 10, 11 years. And I would get it for one day, and then that would be it.
That's way quick. I was hoping this was like a one night day thing.
The one night, you feel like you're going to die.
And then it's gone. No, this lasts a little bit longer than that.
I'm the same way. I don't get sick off. I used to get like walking pneumonia because I'd be in and out of the air conditioners on the L, and then walk into the shop at 105 degrees.
What's the difference between walking pneumonia and pneumonia?
I wasn't bedridden.
Oh, you could walk around. You felt normal.
Yeah.
You didn't feel right, but you felt okay enough to walk.
Yeah, I felt weak, but not as weak. I had regular pneumonia. I wasn't as weak as that, but I was weaker than I normally did. I actually thought it was the flu at first.
Yeah.
And then my lungs, I noticed the breathing problems. But I'd get that like every week.
I couldn't breathe. Anyway, yeah. Hopefully you guys don't get anything.
Yeah, you hope.
And it's weird. Like I go on Facebook and it's like my friend Jeff Kuhn, who lives 20 miles away from me. He's like, I'm sick of the flu. And I'm like, okay, so that's basically must be an epidemic because I've seen one other person post about flu on Facebook. Everybody's got the flu.
You know the dangerous thing about it is my daughter-in-law has CF. So she gets the flu. It's almost like fatal.
What's CF?
Cystic fibrosis.
Oh, right.
And her daughter, who she just had, my granddaughter.
Does she take anything to prevent?
Yeah. She takes a handful of things. It looks like she's popping M&Ms. But
M&M.
My granddaughter, who also is very sensitive to stuff like that, they both, it's nerve-wracking. You say flu and
you're like, shit.
Oh shit, hold them up.
Yep.
My son, who such a good kid, he went out and bought, that you can't find masks anymore. That's
and I heard only the 3M masks work.
Yeah. Go try to find them. Go try to buy some right now.
I got another story. Can I tell them? Can I give?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go.
Can I do a grievance?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a fucking 20-year goddamn customer of Amazon.com.
I heard this.
Right? I've been there from the beginning in the fucking 90s, baby. I got my account suspended last night. I was buying gift cards for some people. I get this really weird like activity. I'm like logging into my account. And I can't see any of my orders, right? All I see is my Kindle stuff, which is weird. I'm like, I haven't looked at my Kindle stuff in ages. So I log back in, and it gives me this form I got to fill out, like your mysterious activity. I fill it out to the T, everything. And then I get a response back. It says, we cannot unsuspend your account. We must further investigate and you will expect to hear an email from the person in charge, which is the worst like kind of language for this stuff. The department in charge within 24 to 48 business hours. Does that mean 24 to 48 like hours or like days of hours? You know, like when business hours is like 9 to 5, you know, like am I waiting? I'm just like, I'm so fucking annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to tweet at them. They can't help me. Tweeted at them with the Board Game Geek account. Nothing. Can't help me. I'm like, what? I use Amazon all day, every day for all kinds of weird stuff. Not necessarily just buying stuff.
I would be on that damn phone.
I'm like, but who do I call? I don't have a number.
There's no number to.
Well, here's the thing. It's like, please contact us for further assistance if you don't hear anything. I'm like, okay. For one, there's absolutely nothing, no information on that little dialogue that pops up when I log in, except for that little paragraph I just spoke. I click help. It takes me to the help page. It says contact us. I click contact us. It redirects me back to that bullshit page. I'm like, what the fuck 2-bit operation is this? I'm super fucking pissed. I don't know how, like, but I can't complain to anybody. They've set themselves up that you can't complain to anybody.
And you don't even have anybody to listen to the "Do you know who I am?" speech.
Exactly. Like, who do I see? The fuck I am now?
Do you know who the fuck I am? Do you know how much money I spend here?
But I just need less annoyances, right? Like,
see that
one other annoyance I got to deal with today, and now I got to deal with it tomorrow because I still haven't heard anything. It's been a day. I'm like, what the fuck? We're not even talking like very much money.
No,
and here's the thing: I do gift cards.
That island, I was going to buy it through Amazon, but now forget it.
Yeah.
So,
and that's how they would my account. They would see that I do gift cards every year.
Yeah, I know it's really customer service and all that, but would you be more upset if they didn't catch that?
Didn't catch? Oh, someone like stealing money?
Yeah.
Here's the deal: it's not their responsibility. It's Amazon or not. It's American Express. I use American Express for everything now, right? Like American Express let it go through. All the people still got their gift cards. The transaction went through. It's done. Like, why is my account still suspended? Just super frustrating. And I can't log in to get my music. I'm like, oh, great. So I'm sitting here in silence today. No music. Yeah. Feel sorry for me, please. But it's really a first world problem. But seriously, it's a 20-year-old account. You can't fucking pick up the phone and call me. Like, that doesn't mean a thing to you as a company.
Can you imagine though if it was you were doing some serious business through there, and then all of a sudden you're just shut off from the world?
I do, believe me. And
that's scary unto itself.
I'm running a lot of Board Game Geek stuff on there too. I was able to get into that. That's a separate account. It's under my main account, but it let me through, which makes no fucking sense, by the way. Like, if you're going to suspend the account, if someone was able to get into my, like, if this was an unauthorized system and they got into my fucking Amazon Web Services account, they could really do some damage. Like, seriously.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
They could rack up $100,000 in bills for me on it in a minute.
Wow.
And Amazon will let it go through. That's where you want the protection.
Yeah.
Not a fucking gift card. Anyway, super annoyed.
So the remember that level up thing made it's at $1 million.
Wow, is this the Lazy Gamer part 2?
Well, you'd think that they have a better handle on this.
I don't think anything anymore from anyone. They haven't done it before, so they don't know what's coming. $1 million? How many orders?
What is it? $1 million and almost 15,000 backers.
Oh my god, they're so in trouble.
For what?
Go to Kickstarter and type in level up, like the level up.
The Lazy Gamer.
It is not a lazy
I
gamer.
know, but doesn't it sound like a lazy gamer coming?
Tower thing.
Oh,
Is it
jeez.
that thing you stack on the table?
Yeah.
That just seems awkward to me.
Believe me. Excuse me. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm looking at the Amazon stuff. I have no influence. Like, I don't know anybody that works at Amazon. Like, and they wouldn't be able to help me anyway. No one that works at Amazon has any control over anything that goes on at Amazon, right? It's not that kind of company. It's so distributed and like.
Well, and they purposely make it impossible for you to talk to somebody that you really want to talk to.
You can. Here's the cool thing about Amazon. I'm an Amazon shareholder, and I have been since the 90s. So it's like I'm all in on Amazon, right? I'm very long on Amazon. The system is amazing. Like if you click a button, like call me now, it will call you within 1 minute, and with a person. Like that's amazing. But if I can't log in, I can't get to that system.
Wow.
You can send anything back for any reason.
That's flawed.
Exactly, but it's great. So this is a chink in the armor. Like it is a weak spot. I am powerless to do anything.
Okay, not to change. It sucks. I'm sorry, Amazon's effing with you. But two things. There's two things here that I think might end up effing them a little bit here. Well, actually, one thing about effing them, and the other thing that is really interesting to me, where stretch goals for the level up were a bag upgrade. So basically, the bag to carry the pieces was
bag,
free.
yeah.
And then a centerpiece, which basically was like pay us more money and you can get more of these centerpieces. You can see something. And then a free set of map clips, basically little metal things that you attach that you can make sure they don't, like your map will stay put and won't move anymore, which I guess is for like cloth.
So if you put the map on top of the thing, you can clip it to the
global shipping fee is going to be $15 no matter what.
Dude, they're fucked. My God, you kidding me?
Oh, 15. Hold on one second. My dog wants to go.
Do you think $15 is basically a board game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, maybe their system's very light. Maybe it's very small and it collapses down and
shipping will be collected after the campaign and not until we send a survey to collect your shipping information. We'll do ship EU friendly as well. The $15 flat price for one classic level up. If you buy multiple units or add-ons, we will pull your zip code specifically and give you a custom quote to save you on shipping. So if you buy like a ton of stuff, they're gonna charge you for it.
Actual, yeah.
But
have you done a project before? Are they first timers?
Let's see here. First created. They've backed 6.
Well, they're well in a do. You find ladies.
So I got in on it on the early bird, so you can get like the.
Wow!
I got it, and I've been considering dropping out.
Maybe I'm such a curmudgeon these days. I just do not see any use for this at all. Me personally.
The only thing I do see a slight use for for one specific situation. Right. My Saturday night Dungeons and Dragons is held at my buddy Andy's house, and the guy that maps everything for us, he chose like the furthest spot away from the board, and like literally like the middle of the table gets filled up with all the snacks everybody brings, the pizza boxes, the potato chips, everything that gets thrown in the middle, and
all
about
healthy food,
and what all the really healthy, all the celery sticks. The radish
or the mini carrots.
Baby
carrots.
So inevitably he gets annoyed because the way we have it, we've been using we use one of those standard Chessex battle mats, but then we put a sheet of tempered glass over the top of it, so you can just write on the glass and then dry erase marker and then wipe it off. So and we've been doing that for 30 years. That's how we've been doing our maps. And And so he just copies what the DM draws for the maps that he has. But then he like he sits there and he goes, could you move that crap out of the way? I can't see the board. He can't make the map. But I was like, oh, we could put our snacks underneath the board now, you know, like, and then you wouldn't have to worry about the snacks being in the way.
There's probably uses for it. I'm just being.
I mean, that's a pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. Whatever. Well, if they pull it off, I'll be astounded. Better get those orders in soon because the coronavirus is shutting down. Well, I mean, most of the factories are already shut down. I don't know how many are back in operation, but
I heard a couple have come back, but
yeah, our bag
temporarily.
manufacturer came back online pretty fast, but they're not in Wuhan. They're not near there.
No, they may be open, but
I think
guarantee they're not working.
unless I've heard, I haven't heard otherwise, but Longpack is still shut down. But they might be back up now. Who knows?
And how long these places been shut down? Close to 10 weeks, 12 weeks?
Oh, has it been that long? I don't know if it's been that long.
Well, Chinese New Year was.
Yeah, I mean, Chinese New Year, since Chinese New Year's, right? Which is
no. Well, it's actually been a little longer for some of that. So you're talking maybe 8-9 weeks. So if you're expecting anything to be ready for Origins,
you're 10 weeks off.
You're 10 weeks off.
But that's assuming things have started back up again. I don't know.
Yeah, and if they don't,
think of the glut. Think of the glut as with the shipping and everything that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not good. It's like the Lucy. Remember the I Love Lucy show?
Yeah.
When you're doing the chocolates.
Yeah.
Chocolates keep coming.
She's put them in her shirt.
Put them in her mouth. That was one of the greatest of all time, I think. Funny. Me and my brother loved I Love Lucy.
Oh, that's a great show. I've got all of them.
I knew a girl that loved I Love Lucy.
We watch it every day.
Lucy,
Fred is the most underrated character in that whole thing.
Fred
Mertz.
Fred Mertz, baby.
Do they still like that?
Ricky, the Babaloo.
The Ricky Babaloo.
We have to go down to the club.
Yeah.
For Lucy.
Did they ever do like backstory with I Love Lucy, like how Ricky and Lucy met?
I think they had.
Yeah, there's a documentary out there that's just absolutely fascinating that you need to check out.
You know who I have a big appreciation for, who has died now? Joan Rivers.
Oh God, yeah.
Like after she died, I kind of like, and honestly, like I'm being pretty honest, I watched The Apprentice, and she was on it, and I loved her, and I'm like, oh wow, Joan Rivers is amazing. And then like I started going back in her history, and it was like truly epic, like for a woman in comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she managed to be successful when there weren't any successful female comics.
Johnny held her down too.
Yeah, I think there was something like, yeah, because she would guest host, right?
Yeah.
But
and she was more popular than he was.
I think secretly he harbored like some resentments.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Figure that one out.
The more you read about Johnny Carson, the more of a bastard he is, right? Like,
oh God,
he was a bastard, and but nobody knew it. He was secretly a bastard. People who knew it, right? But you wouldn't dare, then challenge Johnny Carson.
Well, look at Bing Crosby. What a psychopath he was.
Here's another complaint. Can I another grievance? Man, I'm full of vim and vinegar tonight. How come we can't watch all the Johnny Carsons?
You can.
You can? All of them?
There's a set out there.
Oh, is there?
There's certain years that they don't have. They just did.
Like I want to watch the really old stuff that I never watched.
I think the first 10 years they just TV back then. They just didn't copy it.
They never saved a lot of stuff. I mean, you take a look at
nobody argued anything.
In Britain where they would tape over tapes.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, because what's this stuff going to do? You know, and they don't realize that, you know, this is history. A lot of this stuff. I mean, you could shop. I mean, you could look around. Yeah, there you go, Kabuki. The Lost Doctor Who episodes. That's a perfect example. I mean, they had years that were missing that were like classic because they took and either they lost the tapes or they reused the tapes to save money.
Yeah.
You know, it was the same thing with some of the real old stuff. You know, they just they let it just get eaten away by time when there's tons of shows out there that are just missing. Where's all the Howdy Doodies?
CBS All Access, right? They want people to subscribe for this $10 a month or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Put all the fucking old stuff out there, and we will, right? I want to go back to all the stupid game shows and.
But how many of you are out there though?
What I don't. Maybe more than one. I don't know. I'm super public these days.
No, what I'm saying is, I mean, I would love to sit there and watch Beat the Clock.
Yeah.
You know, anybody remember that?
I've heard of it. I don't think I ever saw it.
First of all, anytime you have a name like Wink Martindale, I
know Wink Martindale.
You are a stud. There's no doubt about it.
The smoking jacket, the burgundy and black trim smoking jacket with the
perfect hair.
Did you have a stick mic? I don't remember. Oh, that was
Gene Rayburn.
Gene Rayburn. With that long, thin, skinny mic with a little tip.
Yeah, the Match Game.
Oh, I watched. We watched a ton of Match Game. Like, and as kids, we know nothing of the innuendo, right? We were like, "Oh, that's hilarious," but we don't know what we're laughing at.
Oh, lollipop. No. Brett Summers. Hey.
Yeah. Richard Dawson. Who was the guy? Charles Nelson Riley.
Oh God.
Charles Nelson.
Right. What fun it must have been to be on that show.
The permanent center square on Hollywood.
Was he?
That was.
No, Charles Nelson Riley was for a long period of time. He was the permanent
center square.
No, it was square. Paul Lynn. Paul Lynn was.
Oh yeah, Paul Lynn was as well. But yeah. They made sure that they because, and it was they had all the jokes. You know, they got all the you know. Have you ever seen the when the dog Courage the dog or whatever, like what's his name? I can't think of his name now.
Triumph.
Triumph was on or whatever.
No.
You can find it on the interwebs, but he was on there, and they gave him they were like, what was this is horrible. They said, what is your your favorite color of cat or something like that? It was just some weird thing. And he's like, well, personally, I prefer a shaved pussy. Cat.
I do remember that now. Yeah. And I may remember it from you.
Yeah. No, I mean, he definitely was.
Anyway, it's just a grievance, right? Like, why isn't old TV archives out there on all this stuff? I'm sure it's all
too damn old.
It's all these legal reasons.
It probably costs too much to digitalize them and all that.
Well, not only that, it's who owns it. You know how many companies buy it and hold on to it, hoping that they'll pay dirt?
They want just to pay $10 a month. I'm telling you. Now, the Disney thing is awesome because everything is on there. Like, everything I can remember from Disney is on there. It's awesome. Yeah. Even stuff I didn't even know was Disney is on there. Like all the movies and stuff.
Oh, God. And some of the stuff from the Disney Channel.
Yeah.
Here's a Paul Lynn classic. A friend offers to give from Hollywood Squares. A friend offers to give you a French 75. What is it? Just a minute. That's 25 more than it was the last time.
What a French 75 is.
That was 25 more than it was.
Yeah. You guys, have you ever watched now? One interesting thing about YouTube is the Paul Lynn Halloween special is on YouTube. It's amazing. If you have not seen it, go watch it. Remember when they used to do live shows, right? Like like Friday nights or something, and have like the Osmonds or something, or
the Friday night lineup.
Yeah, like the Friday night like live stuff.
Yeah, they would have Donnie and Marie.
Yeah,
it was the Partridge Family, the Brady Bunch, then
Yeah.
Nanny and the Professor, then the Night Stalker at 10 o'clock.
They just
If you were able to stay up long enough to see him get foiled.
I could never stay up late.
Back in the old days, when Great Grandpa put horseradish on his head, what was he trying to do? Get it in his mouth.
Tragedy.
Yeah. True or false? Having a good memory is a sign of a well-adjusted personality. What was the question?
That's so Paul Lynn.
Yeah.
What was the question?
Yeah.
Good stuff. No, yeah, I mean, and the sad thing is that all that stuff was written for him. They're like, we're going to ask you this question. This is your answer.
Oh yeah, they had the punchlines printed in front of them, right?
Oh yeah, but there was
But they do the punchline and then they answer the question with their own knowledge.
Mm-hmm. The funny thing about it is that
how many balls would you expect to find on a billiards table? How many guys are playing?
He do it in that voice too.
Yeah.
How many boys do you think we're playing?
That's a pretty good Paul in there, buddy.
You got a pretty good Paul in.
I've watched too much TV as a kid.
Here, I'll give you one more.
3 channels.
True or false? Listen carefully. In 1912, the King of Denmark married the Queen of Norway. Today, one of their children is the King of Sweden, another is a prince in Finland, and a third gives saxophone lessons in Philadelphia. That sounds incredible. People can giggle and snicker if they will, but what's more unique, what's more impressive is that when you said it was one time with I can't even say this. What you said is that at one time the King of Denmark was the Queen of Norway. Paul Lind. Oh, true or false? Rubbing grapefruits on your body makes you sexy. Whose grapefruits?
Whose grapefruits?
What king signed Magna Carta? Was it Thomas or Richard? No, Tom and Dick are the Smothers Brothers.
Remember that show?
That only works back then.
Yeah, that only works back then. Yeah, I remember the Smothers Brothers show. That was a good show.
Well, it's a funny thing that people just aren't watching TV that much anymore.
Well, they are. It's just all streaming. Nobody watches real TV.
Nobody watches real TV, but what they're doing is they're watching YouTube more than they're streaming.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Netflix dominates the primetime hours.
Mm-hmm.
But people watch CSIs and all that stuff, and
But it's so down though compared to what it was.
Oh well, everybody was in front of their TV to watch Uncle Milty.
In 5 years, we won't have normal TV anymore. I mean, it just
cable's dying.
Well, no, we won't have it because everybody's going to want to. I mean, everybody's going to want to watch what they want to watch. There's going to be everybody talked about how there was 500 cable channels. We're going to have it's going to shrink. There's going to be like 24-hour news, and there'll be like 10 24-hour news channels. So whatever political leaning you want to watch, you can get your news that's spoon-fed to you the way you want it to be told to you. Yeah. And then other than that, I mean, maybe there'll be a couple of channels for kids, for cartoons and stuff. But even then, I mean, my son doesn't even watch cartoons anymore. He just watches YouTube videos. And that's what I mean. He's like, "Can I watch?" I mean, that's when he comes to me. He's like, because he gets a certain amount of time. He's like, can I watch YouTube videos?
Has the YouTube Kids thing has that the
I don't think it had the effect that everybody thought it was going to be because almost every single one of the videos that he watches, which are geared towards kids, like he was just watching one today and he showed it to me where these guys they went out and they bought like jungle gyms, and it's just this is what drives me crazy. And I shouldn't say it drives me crazy because good for them or whatever.
Crazy.
It drives me crazy. basically like 4 or 5 guys are making enough money off of their YouTube channel that they've bought a house, just a cookie cutter 3,000 square foot new house, and they basically just do it's devoid of furniture. It's like it's basically like their studio.
Yeah, it's their studio.
And they just take a room in the house and they just decide, oh, today we're gonna build like the biggest race car track ever, and then they build this giant race car track.
But do they tag that as not for kids?
Well, here's the deal. The whole idea was with for the kids, things that were for kids videos, was that like you weren't supposed to have advertisements anymore because kids videos.
You can't monetize.
So here's these 5 guys that have basically they like he's showing the video. They went out and they bought, or somebody donated to them, probably more likely, jungle gym stuff, like backyard stuff, and they just built it all in their like giant living room / kitchen area, right? And then they were playing the floor is lava game, basically, like they're trying to get from place to place inside the house without touching the ground.
And they're saying that is for children or not?
Well, it was a half-hour long video, and every 5 minutes there was an ad.
Yeah. Okay. So they've tagged it not for children.
Yeah.
But kids, and your son is how old?
8.
Yeah.
And he watches everything these 5 guys.
And
each one of the videos does at least 1 million.
Like I would never have any interest in watching 5 grown men play on a jungle gym in a house.
No.
Nobody I think would.
So it was one of those things where YouTube just said, okay, fine.
Turns a blind eye.
And then we're just going to be like, yeah, whatever,
Huh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, go to YouTube right now and just go to like one of those like kids unboxing videos where the kids get the toys and they unbox it. I mean,
those have to be made for kids.
But they have videos. They still have ads. I mean,
do they?
Yeah.
No. Is it really any different than Saturday morning cartoons?
Say what?
Is it really any different than Saturday morning cartoons? Back in the day, they were full of toy ads and all that.
Yeah, online.
But it's online, whatever. Who knows why there is
against having certain things happen with kids. Can't target.
Yeah, and there's also sorry, I'm off.
Oh, now there are, yeah.
But it was a simpler time.
Yes.
Here's the deal: you can track. I don't know. There's a lot of nuance to the law, but you're basically not allowed to target kids without online advertising. You're not allowed to have them. What's the word? I don't know what the right word is, but basically be in the comment section where predators can target them, right? Like kids should not be able to post in a comment section on YouTube. They're just not allowed to. So it's against the law.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of laws you have to follow if you want to make a kids website.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah,
so what targeted the kids, or it was like more grown-up stuff?
Say again?
Like that, you said something about the ads. Is it that it was targeted towards more grown-up stuff rather than children's stuff, or?
Well, here's the deal. YouTube has stuff that targets you, whether you like it or not. You can opt out of that stuff. You're not allowed to target minors with advertising. So if you make a channel on YouTube and you say it's not for kids, and kids end up watching it, they get targeted, right, with ads illegally. Now, if you say your channel is not for kids, you have no monetization of those videos, and you basically don't get ads, and you have no comment section either. It's turned off. And there was a big deal about this. Like if you search for COPA YouTube violation, they were fined. They were bragging. YouTube was like, I think what was caught, they were caught red-handed. Some executive was bragging about how many kids under 13 they had, like as a demographic on YouTube, when they're not supposed to. So it's an interesting saga. And now there is a YouTube for kids now. Does he watch that?
Yeah, no.
No, he wants the regular, unfiltered YouTube.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
Why would he?
So it's just a bunch of horse shit. It's like you just say you're not for kids, even though you clearly are. You get ads when kids watch it. Still, nothing changed.
No.
Anyway.
Well, I mean, yeah, and it's just you shake your fist at the sky and you move on with your life.
You play any board games?
I played a few actually. A buddy of mine had a game night, and I went over and sat down. Stuff I'd already played though, but it was still fun to play stuff that I didn't have to read the rules, like Kingsburg. It was fun to play Kingsburg again, though it was the new Z-Man edition, which is basically the same game, but it has all of the expansion stuff in it, so you don't, slightly different art, but fundamentally plays the same.
One time, and I was not in love. I didn't like it. Is it worth going back to? I mean, did I miss something?
Oh, I mean, as far as dice placement, I mean, it's one of those things where you can mitigate I always like that. Do I place all three of my dice to take one big spot? Do I place two? Sometimes you get hammered because like the guy in front of you takes the spot. You only have a 5 left, and then basically somebody else takes the 5, and you're done. I mean, so you have to basically just junk the die and go to the jester spot or whatever it is that just like gives you something, but you don't get what you really wanted, kind of thing. So you gotta the best thing about it is the tension of like looking at other people's dice and seeing how choices they make might block you from being able to do the thing that you want to do. And it is one of the dumbest things though, where rolling a 17 and getting the queen spot is better than an 18 and getting the king spot, which I've always thought was dumb.
Yeah, I seem to remember
that. But I mean, no, it's a solid game, and I played that, and then after we get done with that, we played Root. So
Root,
which is Root. ROOT. Played that for I think that was my 5th time I played it. I won, crushed him.
The game is tough for me. I want to really love it because I love the idea of it.
Well, there's a trick to it.
What's the trick?
Play better.
Sure.
You fell for it.
I
haven't busted it out in months. I can't believe it. Root, like the Root Down. Remember that song by the Beastie Boys?
No, I don't remember that one.
The root down. Get the root down. Yeah. It was. I think it was on.
That was a perfect.
I think it was on the same album that Sabotage. I can't. I can't remember the name of it though. I was actually a little bit saddened because I was always a fan of the Beastie Boys, and my daughter has to take her. Like, there's these tests that they be granted. They're called MCAs.
Yeah.
And like she said, my wife told my daughter, "Oh, you're taking your MCAs next month." And she said, "MCA?" I was like, "Yeah, but not King Ed Rock or Mike D. So don't worry about those."
Yeah.
And they both looked at me like I had lost my mind.
Yeah.
And I was just like, King Ed Rock, Mike D.
Did you ever go to a Beastie Boys concert?
Oh, yes.
They were the wackiest fucking things.
What?
No, did you have there was like girls in cages and dancing?
I saw them during the Sabotage tour twice.
Maybe they cleaned up.
No, it was super. Because that was when they decided they had learned how to play instruments.
Okay.
And I mean, that was the pit at Lollapalooza for Sabotage was probably like the most violent pit ever. And I've been to Slayer concerts and gotten in the pit. But when they broke into Sabotage, it was like the pit was like normally like maybe a 30-foot pit, But as soon as Sabotage started, like everybody who wanted to just start to and just go crazy, it expanded like 4 times as big. It was just, I mean, just people like running as fast as they can into each other and just losing their minds to listen to Sabotage. You know, thankfully that song's like 2 minutes 50 seconds because that was like extremely violent in there. But I do remember that like they were the final act for on the main stage of Lollapalooza that year, and they got done, and everybody was like, shouting one more song, one more song, one more song, and they came back out, and I think it was MCA who is no longer with us, but he came out and he said he's like, okay, you guys want one, one fucking more, he's yelling, he's like, the fucking words, let's do it. And then Paul Revere music hit, and the entire crowd, everybody knew the words to Paul Revere, and I didn't like this, I didn't like that, I did it with a wiffle ball bat. That was a good concert. They put on a very good show. Are you gonna go see Rage on the last pay $400 for?
I'm not really a fan. I only like a couple songs, and it's like, I'm not a Rage guy.
I do like how they, of course, everybody is like, Rage Against the Machine, $400 for a ticket, please.
Congratulations, you joined the machine.
Yeah, you are the machine.
Part of the machine now. We acquiesce. We need money, please. We need money.
Yeah, that was a classic Norm Macdonald joke.
I might go see Kraftwerk. Kraftwerk is coming to Dallas again. I'm like, you guys are like in their 70s and 80s and stuff. It's like, I think I got to see Kraftwerk before some.
Well, that'd be cool. I mean, just because they're icons. I mean, I remember my dad called me up one day, and he said, "Hey, I have an extra ticket to go see Gordon Lightfoot sing. Do you want to go?" And I was like, "This is like 4 or 5 years ago," and I was
Every highway.
Yeah, and I was just kind of like,
"Who's Gordon Lightfoot?"
No,
the Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, baby.
I don't know it. If I heard it, would I know it?
You would know it. You would know.
You'd want to hang yourself 2 minutes in.
I want to hang myself.
You would know Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald if you heard it. He's a folk rock guy and Canadian.
Sailed on a ship and I sat there in my shit. Then I
but no, I was like, I was like, when am I ever going to get a chance to see Gordon Lightfoot again? So I went, and I know it's like, and he definitely could sing. Sundown, you better take care if you find yourself creeping up my back stairs.
Who opened up? Herman and the Hermits?
I don't know. I forget who opened up. It was some young guy, but it was cool, just like a small crowd, like 300 people, just like enjoying his music.
I mean that was a sellout.
Yeah, well, for the Fargo Civic Center, where Bob Backlund used to wrestle all the time.
Bobby Backlund.
Yeah.
So, well, I really hope that when the Sheik comes into town, that I can give it everything I got. He's a really tough man, and well, Vince, I'm going to do my best for all the people out there, all of you.
He really knew how to pump up the crowd.
Yeah, you really know how to get people over.
No, so I don't know. I mean, I think like there's the only band that I haven't seen in concert that I really want to see in concert is, which now even if somebody approached me and said, "Oh, you can buy tickets and go to this concert," I probably would be like, is Tool. It's like the one band that I really, really enjoy.
Oh, I love Tool concert,
but I've never been to a concert, and I'm to the point now where I don't really enjoy concerts. I mean, like I enjoy the idea of the concert, but I mean, it's one of those things where it's like I would enjoy going to a concert with my wife if we, for like the music that both she and I really enjoy. Like I think we might go to the Trampled by Turtles concert this summer. Which they're a really good band out of Duluth.
Elton John's coming to Dallas. I'm like, do I want to see Elton John?
Yeah, do you really want? That's like $400.
Really want to see Elton John? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, believe me, those tickets are ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
Oh.
I mean, a buddy of mine went to see
Roger
Billy
Waters.
Joel and
Yeah. Michelle saw Billy
Elton
Joel.
John together.
He's like a dot in because they did it at the stadium, and she was like way in the, you know, it's like you see this little.
Yeah, what's the point of that, right? I mean,
I
it's just you see. I think what ruined me on concerts was I worked security for him for like 5 years, and it just like, and you know, you get to kind of the mystique is gone. I know that sounds, you know, I'm all up with in the airs here, but I mean, like when you like basically like are, you know, walking around and like 2 feet from Metallica while you're hooking up cables and stuff like that. It's just like you kind of don't ever see them as being these people anymore.
I saw Smashing Pumpkins last year or year before. I think it was 2 years ago now. Play every fucking song I ever wanted to hear from the Smashing Pumpkins, and now I can die happy. Like that's what I want. I want like mega
Billy Corgan is a genius.
Oh my god, I got weak in the knees when he first came out. I was like, am I what is going on? Right? Like I felt like, oh, I need to sit down. It was really weird. Like, wait, snap out of it. This is just the Smashing Pumpkins. Billy
Corgan is a huge wrestling fan.
Oh yeah, he's also
he owns the NWA.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I listened to an interview with him. He's so intelligent, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, he's too smart for his own good.
A little different though. Yeah. Roger Waters is also coming. Has anybody seen Roger Waters concert?
No, but I've been to a Pink Floyd concert. Been to a couple.
Is that the same?
No,
Roger Waters does all.
Ooh, Kabuki Kid shots fired. Look at this.
What'd you say?
Billy Corgan is a great musician, but a huge douche.
Oh, I might have to agree with that. But I separate.
Oh, I mean, yeah,
man from the music.
But you have to.
I take it. You know, I'm one of the. That's what I can do with that with him.
Can you separate the man from the?
Here's the thing. It was interesting because he never wanted to do a comeback concert. He never wanted to do a reunion concert where they played old songs. He goes, I fucking hate it. Like, I don't want to play this music anymore. But it's like he didn't have within him the connection to the fans that would make people happy by playing the music that everybody loved. Like that is unfathomable to me. Like you would just play the music that people love because they love it. Like, make people happy. He didn't want to make people happy. And I think eventually he just came around. And he goes, I'll see how long I could take it.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
Oh, hey, King. So what do you think? I'm just, you know what? I was going to mention this, but then I was like, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. But I'm going to mention it anyway. So I wanted to say something that I find to be incredibly hypocritical in this, in our, so we have very, very vocal people in our hobby, our board game hobby, that are, you know, which, you know, they're for human rights, and they're for, you know, which you know, just basically they have, and we definitely do, like.
Hold on, before you go any
further. Look, we got 2 hours.
Look at the frozen Bauer. Does that not epitomize who he is?
Isn't this awesome? We got 2
That's
of them.
like that's after 5 pounds of some great stuff from Colombia, as usual.
We'll get rid of that one. No, so I can bring him back.
Running for
bring
Senate.
that one back here. I'll bring him back. Oh no, he won't come back. No. So okay. So anyway, we have all these.
Looked like he was raped by a corgi.
No, so we have all these things where it's like, but then for some reason in the last like 3 whatever weeks, we had like these weird like quasi apologies from people who were like, oh, you know, I've designed a Cthulhu game, or I've, you know, because of the fact that you know, Lovecraft was a huge racist a-hole. You know, like you like if you go and you read his letters that he sent back and forth about basically, you know, he considered people that weren't white to be like lesser humans, and just like, yeah, I mean, he was really an awful guy who had a lot of awful opinions. and then so like I noticed there was a lot of people publicly saying, oh, it's like, oh, it's like I can separate the art from the artist, and like because they had to like make an excuse as to why they would own a Cthulhu game or why they designed a Cthulhu game or something like that, because they're using like a thing that is that is marketable, that people want to buy, that people enjoy, but they had to like make it. And it just, to me, it was like, it's not a huge deal, but I do find it always like we're when the chips are down, when like the people like have when it comes down to what they personally either want to design, they want to be a part of, what they want to play, it's easy to hold true to your values when the thing is something you don't like anyway, right? But when it's something that you could publish and make a lot of money doing, you could create and make money doing, or like you enjoy,
you work around it.
You're like, see, and then you come up with the excuse why it's okay, and just why it's fine that, like, because any game that has Cthulhu, that thing that was created by H.P. Lovecraft. It didn't exist until his imagination came up with Cthulhu.
Right.
There's no way around that. Now, have other people taken that idea and built it into something different and changed as it evolved? Yeah, certainly. It's but like the whole idea of of those things, he created those, and so, but it's like, and I'm just like, you want to just say, it's like, well, it's like, I understand it's the frailty of our brains and the fact that and I'm personally very, very accepting of the fact that I know I do that. If it's something that I love, I tend to find an excuse for why I think it's okay. But I don't think other people like, how do I put this? I don't think other people like are as self-aware about it as I am. And I know that comes across as a little grandiose and like.
It's not like you love the man; you love what he wrote.
Yeah, but see, here's the deal. Like those same people, and just to throw something out, they would be the same people that like you could go back and find a post that's like, I've destroyed all of my Bill Cosby records and I won't ever listen to his comedy again.
Are they going to take away the Shakespeare in Love Oscar? Like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things like that, right? Like, at what point, where do you start holding people responsible for their art? Right? Like, where does that happen?
I don't think there is a line. If Hitler made an absolutely the most gorgeous painting in the history of the universe, like it was like the Mona Lisa, just absolutely spectacular, I think people would still admire that painting. I mean, that's obviously an extreme example, but I think, right. I mean, you have to look at the art.
Look at Roman Polanski.
Yeah.
Perfect example. People still watch his movies, but
go back to some of the famous things. Whoopi Goldberg said that, like, and now famously has apologized for it, but for at one point when they mentioned Roman Polanski, she said, well, like, his rape wasn't real rape. Is what she said. Like, go back, I forget, you go back and find it. It's like, she said that, and then she was like, she definitely, like, somebody said, took her aside, you need to apologize.
Here's the real problem. It comes down to personal opinion. Because if you hate the guy or you don't like the guy, you're gonna trash that guy. Oh, I'm never gonna watch this thing. But if you like that person, you'll make excuses for that person all day long. There's no right answer here. Okay, no, society is a freaking mess.
Bill Cosby himself, that special, he's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious.
Oh God, I mean,
his timing,
legendary.
His timing on that comedy, the whole bit that he does about going to the bar and drinking because you deserve it. Like, I deserve this. I worked all week. I deserve to go to the bar. And the whole bit about, to this day, I still quote his thing where he says, you drink so much, you actually go to the bathroom at the bar, you put your face into something that was never supposed to have your face in it ever. And then the first wave hits, and the line that I loved was, the first wave hits, and you would not be surprised if your shoes came out of your mouth. Just like, you're so violently sick. And there's a whole bit with his family, but how he talked about how his mom would my kids love their grandma. Let me kiss these children. They're so beautiful. They're so wonderful. And I was like, that's just an old lady trying to get into heaven. Just like, I mean, he was great. Or his bit where he said, because of my father, until I was 7 years old, I thought my name was Jesus Christ. And my brother Russell thought his name was Damn It. Jesus Christ, get down there. Damn it, get over here.
Good night, everybody. I got to get up in a few hours. I'll see you later.
Robert, take care, brother.
Later.
But
it's a tricky world.
It is.
I
And
think it also depends on the medium. Like, there's been some singers that have been arrested for terrible things, and you look back at the lyrics and you say, okay, yeah. Maybe we could have saw this. Maybe we could have saw something like this coming. But when it comes to, like, say, a painting or an actor or something like that, I mean, you're not really going to see shades of that, I don't think, generally.
well, look at Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
I mean, what did you just take a picture of yourself?
No, it was this light over there that looked cool.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, all you mentioned, we both watched that documentary, that Michael Jackson thing.
Yeah.
And you watch that and you're just like,
how do you listen to Michael Jackson music anymore, right?
yeah, well, I never was a big fan anyway, but I mean, so that's one of my easy ones where I'm like, yeah, whatever,
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you love something and then you find out it's made by a horrific person.
I remember having a conversation with yeah. But I remember having a conversation with my mother. She was saying, I was just like, I think what he was doing was rather innocent. I said, Mom, if a 45-year-old man came to our door and said, I would like to take your 10-year-old son back to my house for the weekend and for a sleepover, you would call the cops.
Yeah.
Like you would immediately call the cops.
What if he was a billionaire?
Yeah, but what if he's a billionaire? Well, we do want that new addition to the house.
Yeah. Yeah, people compromise themselves pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And that I don't know. I mean, that it's hard to stomach that stuff.
Then again, like I said before, it was a different time too. Like there wasn't social media out back then. Like
I can't even imagine.
Constantly there. You got magazines or the newspapers.
I can't
think about this. Think about this for a second. Think of like 80s hair metal, all the cocaine and the Motley Crues and the Warrens and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine if they had Twitter.
Oh god. Or Instagram.
Can you imagine the pictures?
Instagram.
And Instagram. Can you imagine?
For sure.
I mean, once again, I worked security for like Cinderella concerts and stuff like that. I saw the insanity that was going on. It was ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, it's
right,
just
talk about something else.
Yeah, no, but I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine 80s cocaine rockers with Twitter.
Did you guys talk about the coronavirus? The video Seth posted?
No, yeah. Well, we sort of talked about it. We didn't talk about that video, but why don't you summarize it for us?
Pretty much just I think Seth was talking about. I think he said like 3 or 4 of the factories he uses in China are like just shut down, and he's like I don't know if they're ever going to open back up potentially, depending on how long this is. And I mean, it could have some serious impact on the board game hobby if we have to shift production to a different company or a different country. Not a different company, but a different country entirely.
Yeah,
it's
gonna have an impact on all the stuff.
I think we'll really probably start seeing that maybe around Gen Con and stuff. I mean,
nothing will make Gen Con.
Yeah, nothing's going to make Gen Con. I mean, everything right now. I know for a fact most publishers that if they have stuff in a queue, they're seeing if they can make Essen right now.
Wow,
that's probably true. It's really drag. It's going to be a rough year.
Now, what?
It's especially going to be rough for those people that but the people that lost family members to disease, it's going to be rough for them.
A little bit.
I don't know, Lance. We're talking about board games, all right?
I know. I'm just saying it's like I do. I'm just gonna
say
say I find it a little annoying that like that we do see like again, and this is my curmudgeon coming out. These enlightened souls that I see on Facebook that talk about how just like it's like we need this sort of like human rights dynamic and this and that which we do need. We need all of those things, but you see them posting things like, "Oh, this sucks that this game is going to be 3 months late" or something like that. It's just like, it's like, how about the fact that there are like thousands of people that have lost family members to this disease?
Yeah,
that's probably the tragedy, not the fact that your copy of Push Cube here is you're not going to get it until maybe early 2021 now. Just quit your crying.
I think it's going to be. I mean, I'm just thinking of the impacts of what will happen here.
Yeah, like that's what I'm wondering. Like, how many companies are going to have to go out of business because they're not going to be able to?
If they're cash flow strapped, then they'll be out of business.
Yeah, right? I mean, what's this going to do to Kickstarter?
To pay the bills, you're not paying the bills.
Well, and this is how the zombie virus comes. I mean, if you've read World War Z, that's basically the patient zero was in China.
Yes, it was.
And if you read World War Z, so
I'm gonna read to you guys. I can't find it now. Oh, never mind.
I watched Dawn of the Dead again. I hadn't seen that, like the original one, the mall where the people are hiding out in the mall with the zombies.
I like the new one and the old one. I thought they were both really well done.
Did you know that the original ending for Dawn of the Dead, they didn't escape the helicopter?
No.
And the last thing that happens is the woman, I forget the actress's name, she got bit, and so she knew she was going to become a zombie, and so she stuck her head willingly into the helicopter blades to kill herself.
Sweet. Have there been any good zombie movies lately? I don't think so.
No, because I love zombie movies, and I've got the Movie Pass A-list thing, and I would have definitely remembered. But yeah, I don't think I've seen any zombie movies come out lately.
Is anybody still watching Walking Dead?
Me and my wife are on the right season, but we're like 8 episodes behind. And actually, they did like a huge, I'm not going to spoil anything, but they did a huge, drastic change last season, and it was for the better. Like,
End of the storyline.
Yes.
And it's a movie coming out with that Rick character coming back.
Yeah, it's a 3-movie deal.
Yeah.
Wow. Jesus.
I mean, they're not going to movie theaters. They're AMC, but still.
Didn't Zombieland have a sequel that just came
out?
Double Tap. I guess that was a zombie movie this year.
I was thinking more like horror. Yeah.
Zombies aren't scary anymore, right? I mean, it's just like
done.
And I've
the 90s.
If you go like 28 Days Later, fast zombies, okay, fine, I can get behind that. But staggering slowly towards you zombies, I mean, you just keep walking away. I mean, I understand that it isn't so much like
they always seem to get you though.
Well, and that's just it. It's like it's like if you read like when Max Brooks, his first book was Surviving the Zombie Apocalypse, and it was basically the first thing you do is you go to the tallest floor of your house, and then you destroy the stairs. No, it's not, and then basically you have make sure you have a stepladder that you use. What?
You starve to death.
Well, no, you have a stepladder to get down, and you move all your food upstairs.
Gonna go away, are they?
Well, yeah, but you're upstairs, and if the zombies are mindless, then the other thing was he was like, make a spear and then stab them in the head and so you just then have a pile of dead zombies. I mean, it's just like you just basically kill them as they come in.
You climb up that pile.
Well, once again, it's like you're yes, I guess there is something to that. But I mean, it's like I always think it's dumb in the Walking Dead or whatever, anything where it's like, okay, the zombies catch up to them. Climb a tree. Zombies can't climb trees. You just you climb a tree and then shoot them from up there. Okay, you don't have any bullets, but fine. I mean, that's why you have like a long, like pitchfork or something that you're stabbing their brains with it.
Stab them with the pointy end.
Yes, I just no, I remember in like World War Z they actually talked about how they would fight after they first tried to fight the zombies and they couldn't figure out how to do it. Then like basically they would just have a guy on a four-wheeler that would just drive through the zombies and make a lot of noise to get them to follow him. And then the whole idea was the zombie moan like they made would actually call to other zombies around them, so they could get the zombies to chase like two guys on a four-wheeler, and then they ride it all the way back to where they basically just set up a circle of people with rifles, just
right.
bolt action rifles, and they would just sit there and just shoot and shoot and shoot. And as soon as like anybody got tired, they tapped them on the shoulder and they moved them back, and a person took their spot in the line. They would just, and then when the zombie piles got too big, they sent out armored bulldozers that just pushed all the dead bodies out and crumpled them over, and then the more zombies came, and they would just do that over and over again, and slowly but surely like kill them all. And then after they were all done with that, then they would send out troops in full body armor with basically a combination shovel axe to, like, if there was any surviving zombies, to go out there and smash their heads in. They do that until they killed all the zombies in the area, and they pack up and they go to the next spot. It was just that's how they beat the zombies finally. Just slowly but surely wiping them out. I think my favorite chapter in the zombie, which this is something I could see happening in the real world. Not that zombies are going to happen, but like if a pandemic situation or something ever happened, this was the thing. So like they talked about how like the upper 1%, like when they had already had a plan in place that was going to, like, if something bad happened, this is what they would do. And so they had like basically the stronghold that they all like flew in by helicopter ever, and they had 24-hour surveillance, and they had best weapons ever, and they basically like were protecting themselves, and they had all the food they needed and everything else. And then one night, like all the alarms go off, and like they hear the gunfire going off and everything like that, and they were like, but it wasn't zombies. It was all the other people in the world who realized that they still had food and water and everything like that. And the other humans just were basically like, yeah, we want your food and your water. And they stormed their giant stronghold and killed everybody to take their rations and everything. That I could see happen. Yeah. That would be because I'm pretty sure 1%ers have their secret stock rooms and whatever.
Yeah, get your panty room.
No, it was yeah. But there you go. That's the zombies are coming. Slowly but surely.
Yeah. I watched Uncut Gems last night.
What?
Uncut Gems. You guys seen that yet?
Mm.
I fell asleep on it.
Adam Sandler.
What'd you think about it, Scott?
I wanted to like it more than I did.
Yep.
Like, I liked the idea of it, and I think it was very stressful, but I did not like how it ended.
Oh my God. It pissed me off so much, and he was so unlikable. That was my other thing.
He was super unlikable.
Like, he was an interesting character, but at no point was I like, go at it. Was like, no. And he played the character well. Like, I didn't see Adam Sandler, I saw him, but I agree with you exactly.
Like, yeah.
I hated the ending.
I feel sorry for him too. Like, I don't know, it was weird.
Yeah. He acted the shit out of it, but
yeah, it was good. I mean, it definitely got me. Like, my stomach was clenched a lot. Like, notice my stomach was hurting like near the end of the movie. I'm like, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm clenching my stomach.
Yeah, I remember that too, because it never stopped. Like,
it never lets up. It's interesting.
Yep.
I wanted to know more about the actual, like, business side of things there. Like it never really focused on that too much.
Yeah, because I was like, kept
No,
swapping stuff out of like, so how did this logistically work?
Yeah. Anyway,
You're not a basketball fan, are you?
Yeah, I'm a basketball fan.
Okay, yeah, because I think you also get the extra element too. Like, I thought that was really cool how they intertwined the basketball and just like.
Yep. No, I mean, I was entertained. Let's just say I didn't enjoy the ending. I enjoyed the movie.
Did you go into it expecting to really like it? Because I saw the reviews and I was like, I'm gonna love this.
Yeah. No, I thought I would like. Oh yeah, it's a. How was it described? It was a semi-heist movie with a gambling aspect.
Yeah,
and that's kind of correct, I guess.
I think you and I are definitely pretty much in the exact same boat, though.
I want that movie, but with a different ending. Anyway, it was interesting. Yeah, and it was real.
So Adam Sandler made a movie that didn't go straight to Netflix.
It felt real too. Like at no point did I think it. Oh, this is like bullshit. That's a stupid thing, right? Like it felt like everything that happened that could happen.
Yep.
Maybe. I mean, there's a bit of some stretches there, but like, is Kevin Garnett gonna really give him that thing he gives him?
I think if you're that rich and you really believe it,
yeah.
I mean, because here's the other thing you have to consider: if you're that rich, you feel like you're untouchable. Like you're not like somebody's gonna fucking steal this ring. Like that's probably not something he's worried about.
Yeah.
He's got enough money, manpower, resources.
And it's weird. Like, I have like this weird guilt feeling in movies. Like, oh shit, he better get that ring back. Like, and it's in the back of my head. It like bugs me. And like to him, he just didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like until he needed to give a shit about it, right? Like he didn't care. And like literally no qualms about what he did with the ring. Anyway,
I might say that this might be one you might want to check out because this is not an Adam Sandler movie at all.
Oh, it's not funny at all. There's not any comedy in this movie at all. Like
he doesn't feel like Adam Sandler.
No goofy voices. It's all like dead fucking serious. Yeah. Who's in it? I didn't realize is the lady from Frozen, the singer.
Oh, she.
What's her name?
Was she his wife?
Yeah, Idina Menzel. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, Idina Menzel.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a solid movie. Didn't like the ending. That's all.
Yeah.
That's another movie that just came out that I was gonna watch. I think I told you guys I saw Knives Out. Really love that. Like, I want more Knives Out movies. Like,
they're making more.
Keep making those movies.
Yeah. Daniel Craig, but with a different cast. I bet they're going to do. And the other thing was, with the success of the first one, I'm really excited to see the cast on the second one.
Yeah, because now they proved it, right? They've proven it. And I don't know if it was this successful. I don't know if it was like.
Oh yeah, it was huge. Like it wasn't like a huge box office weekend, but it had legs. Like it was, yeah. I liked it a good deal.
It gives all the actors like a chance to just be stupid.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Like Daniel Craig can just be stupid.
I will say the one thing I didn't like about it, like I thought it was a great movie. I thought the one thing that separated it from being like an all-time classic for me was the fact that I never got the impression like that I was figuring out who did it. Like I was never like, oh yeah, I've got an idea. It was just like, here's what happened.
Yes, it was there actually. If you go back and watch it, potentially, but
maybe the second time around, yeah,
maybe.
Either way, I thought it was a great movie.
It's there. It is there. But those movies are made that way, right? Like they're so obtuse, right? Like it's the smallest, tiniest details that you have to really pay attention to.
Maybe I just like bigger breadcrumbs.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you figure out a mystery movie too quickly, you're like, I'm bored. I already know who the killers are. You ever watch the old? Have you watched any of the like Murder on the Orient Express or Death on the Nile?
Yeah,
I've watched both the old ones. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter. What's it? Poirot. Hercule Poirot is the investigator.
My mother used to watch that all the time.
I like the Agatha Christie movies, the murder ones. It's too bad they don't make those more modern. Anyway, catching up on movies. Being sick.
Yeah, being sick is a great way to catch up on movies.
Yeah. Watch a lot on YouTube. I also watch a lot of our footage from France. I don't know if you guys caught any of that. Probably not. Since it was on starting at 2 a.m. till basically 11 a.m. every day, 12 a.m., 12 p.m.
So I got a question for you, Scott.
Yeah.
Cans, how big is that, like, compared to, say, Origins, Gen Con, Essen? Like, where does that slide in?
Bigger than all of them.
Wow.
Over 100,000 people attend.
And is that exclusively games?
Free. It is.
Holy
shit. It's free and open to the public.
So is that bigger than Essen?
Might be. Pretty close. Like people. Quantity of people wise, it's bigger, but I don't think like square footage or like, number of exhibitors and things like that. I don't know if they're the same. There's a lot of fucking shit going on there though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of an untapped market. Like everybody went to New York Toy Fair. I saw a lot of party pictures, but like New York Toy Fair is a different beast. It's a professional show. No, not open to the public. Whereas Cannes is free and open to the public.
So is Cannes like mainly French language game, or is it
mostly French? I would say 95 to 90%, 90 to 95% French.
Now, do you think as it gets more popular with like our crowd, that could change?
It could shift, yeah. I mean, I don't know any American publishers that go there. Like Asmodee is there and big time, right? Because that's their domain.
Right.
All the French publishers are there. All the Belgian publishers. A few German, not too many though. So I don't know. I don't know if it has the capability of spreading like an Essen that's truly international.
Well, it's got much more of a narrow scope, doesn't it?
It's probably a little more family friendly.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But that's where the money is.
So why did you decide to send a crew there, Scott?
They invited us.
Oh, okay.
They invited us 3 years ago. We said, sure, we'll come check it out. And Eric went, or 4 years ago. Eric went just by himself, and he's like, this is great. We should go. So the next year we went, we set up a booth, and we did live streaming, and this is our 3rd year of doing it.
I thought it was on your side.
There's another thing they have there called Off-Can. They call it the Off, OFF, which is basically starts after the show closes. This reserved tables for prototypes only, and it's fucking packed, and there are thousands of people there. Like every table is just jammed, and it's all prototypes. It's only prototypes, which is kind of crazy.
That sounds cool.
Yeah. So all the designers are there all night long. They stay up all night. Like all the Brunos, all the Fidutis, all the Katawas.
I do like them.
They're all there. Did you guys see the new Citadel game from 7th Citadel from Serious Pulp?
No.
7th Continent game. They showed it at on our video stream. This one's pretty interesting. He said it's less about survival and more about investigation and exploration, which is right up my alley. I mean, I did like 7th Con, I still do, but it was a hard survival game if you played by the rules, where you really had to focus on survival to like just keep alive, right? Whereas this new one is less about that and more about like the exploration and the puzzles, and which I'm really excited for. And it just looks super intriguing. You get a map, right? And then as you uncover things, you like fill more parts of the map in with cards. Like it's a map with sleeves, right? So you can put cards in the sleeves, and it uncovers more of the map. Like you've got a rough map to begin with to start the game, and then you expose more of the the area, the 7th Citadel, whatever the lore of it. I'm not quite sure what that means. As you go through it, you get more detailed map, which gives you more clues, more information. So I'm super excited for that. I hope it doesn't take that long to make.
I haven't gotten into one of those games yet. Like one of those. I'm gonna wait until my kid gets older, and then I'm gonna splurge on one.
I love some continent. I spent 40 hours on that game.
Yeah, I would.
Which game? I'm sorry. Which game? 40 hours?
Yeah. Yeah, I spent 20 hours doing the first quest, and then I've spent about 20 hours doing other parts of it, like different pieces and parts. The first quest is 20 hours minimum, no matter how good you are. Like,
wow,
it just is.
Now, did you play that solo, or did you play that with a group?
That was with a group. I don't like playing solo.
That's impressive.
How big was the group?
4. I wouldn't recommend 4. It's got a little clunkiness to it. Like, it's got a weird inventory system that scales with the number of players, and it just doesn't work quite the way you want it to. I hope they fix that, because normally they want you to be limited by what you can carry, right? Because all the items in the game are like super cool and powerful, and they do stuff, and they just wanted to try to avoid you carrying every single thing in the game.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
right.
I've heard 3 is kind of the sweet spot or maybe 2, with carrying the amount of inventory spaces you have and all that. So.
Yeah, my son's getting into the hobby games. Like, he's got his own like blue-orange games, like yellow shelf that's just devoted for him. And now he's like starting to look over at my shelf a lot more. And he's like, "Can I play that? Can I play that one yet?" It's like,
so it can't. All those, like, blue-orange is huge there. For yellow is huge, right? All the other stuff. Ravensburger's there. Like Ravensburger, France. It's neat. It's a neat show. I want to go. I haven't gone yet, but like every time they go, they're like, "This is such a fun show. It's so great."
Oh, you didn't go?
What's that?
Because you're sick? Is that why you didn't go? You just didn't want to go?
I mean, it's a lot of shows.
It is.
Like, I can't do it.
And plus, I mean, it's gonna start getting scary.
Someone's got to take care of the business. Like, I got business stuff to do. Every time I go to a show, that's like a week off. I can't really and I'm not a good remote worker to get stuff done. Like, I can't focus on it, right? So not much gets done, right? But I'm still go to a ton of shows. We're going to my next show is Origins, June. But we're all going to GAMA too. I'm not going, but GAMA trade show is like 2 weeks from now. Then Tokyo Game Market is like April. Then in June, nothing in May. Oh, May, BGG Con spring. Hopefully sometime you guys can come.
Are you going to the Tokyo Game Market?
No, but we're sending a team.
Now, if things keep progressing,
yeah, we're actually kind of keeping an eye on it. That's soon too. That's April. So that's within the realm of. I mean, here's the deal: if they cancel that, they have to cancel the Olympics.
Oh shit! That's like straight out of the that pandemic game on the iPad where you're trying to spread the disease. Like the Olympics is what causes the disease,
right?
Oh my gosh! What the fuck world are we living in that we actually legitimately have to have a conversation about a potential super virus?
Yeah.
God,
it's going to be more and more common from what I've read.
No, stop reading, Scott. What's your deal? That's the problem.
What is the word? We're normalizing viruses by overtreating with antibiotics, right? Like, we're making them more powerful.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've actually heard of that now that you mentioned that.
So we have to find the next antibiotics. Oh my god, my cough is not good tonight.
Oh, hey Scott, did you figure out if I'm on that list or whatever it is where it automatically posts stuff for me?
It must be. It has to be. If you didn't post a video, it did. Yeah.
Now, is there like a page you can send me to where I can like put in certain keywords so it knows to categorize it as an unboxing video or a review?
Yeah. So if you put the word of one of those words in the description, it will automatically put it into that category. Like if you say unboxing or review or preview or instructional or whatever.
I will have to test that out. Now it goes up instantly though. Normally there's like the multi-hour wait.
Yeah, we get notified when you push new. We're subscribed to your channel basically to listen for notifications.
Yeah.
So when you publish, we're subscribed to your publishing. So when you publish, send us a message, and we go, "Oh, you got a new video. We're gonna go put it, grab it, and do all our stuff, and done."
Now here's my other question: what will it do if you guys post it and then I don't realize it and then I try and post it? Will it just kick me back the message?
Yeah, it'll kick me back. It's already posted. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's super convenient. That's awesome.
Yeah, we broke all our YouTube stuff the other day, so there might be some things that fall through the cracks.
Well, I was just so preconditioned to immediately post on YouTube, then immediately go to Board Game Geek, so it won't be a big deal to check it out. But that's going to save me a good deal of time. That's awesome.
Yeah. And you're on that too, Lance, right?
Oh yeah, I think I was your guinea pig at one point.
Very possible.
I don't think I talked about it last week, but I don't know if I mentioned it, but I'm really trying to do Bauer's Game Corner big this year.
Cool.
Like I completely cleaned up my basement. I invested. The Game Crafter signed me on for 4 more months, and my Patreon's going decent, making like $70 a month. So I splurged on the iPad Pro 11, which does 4K, like 60 frames per second, so 256 gigabytes. So now I'm going to be able to start doing like lengthier games, because like before with my old iPad, I could shoot for an hour. Then after an hour, I was like, "Oh shit! Is the video stop? The video stop?" I've lost so many videos because of like space confinement. But with this, it's going to change everything. I can multitask now, so I can edit more than one video at a time because it's got like 2 screens. And
wow!
And I'm like actively working on like social media more now, and the Board Game Geek on Twitter, and because I was just thinking about it, I was like, I'm at a point of like subscribers. Like if I really put a lot of effort into it, I think I could grow it. I also figured out that I'm a fucking moron. Did I tell you guys this last week about the fact that I figured out I've been missing out on tons of money because I forgot to do, and I've never done end cards or tags in most of my videos. Okay. So I went back. I was like looking at some of my statistics and analytics, and I realized that 17 of my top 20 videos ever had tags.
Yeah.
And I stopped doing tags years and years and years ago.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh my gosh, I'm a moron. So now I have to go back through all 2,800 of my videos to put tags in.
What tags do you put in there? Like board game?
I put hot, sexy, pretty, gameplay, board game, card game, co-op. You know, I put stuff like that, but I do put the hot, sexy, pretty, you know, because...
do you tune your content to the hot games at all? You pay attention to that?
I only around Gen Con, really, because I
bet if you did like one hot game a month, you would definitely have a drastic increase.
I agree. I mean, I've seen a pretty big. I think the Game Crafter thing I'm doing right now. I think I'm carving kind of a niche there with that. Like, man, and I did not realize how many awesome games are on the Game Crafter. Like, it is ripe for the picking. And some of these games, it's just they need the polish. Like I played the best sports game I've ever played in my life, and I'm a huge sports fan. Breakaway Football. It is just absolutely geniusly designed by these guys. Challenge flags make sense. Timeouts make sense. The minute structure is how many cards you have. So as you're running out of cards, you have less time. And it's just everything about this game was lovingly crafted by these guys. And it has like this fidgety effect almost, where it's really interesting. If you don't like football, I can't recommend the game because it's going to be fidgety as hell. You're going to be like, why is there a special rule for challenge flags and coffin corner punting and Hail Marys and stuff like that?
Oh, wow.
But if you're a football fan, all the mechanisms make sense. And you really feel like an NFL coach, like with this huge like piece of paper that they give you, like a snot rag, where you're like calling all the plays. It is really good. And it just...
What was that baseball game that was super stats?
Statomatic?
Statomatic. Yeah, Stratomatic. Or Statomatic? Was it Stratomatic?
I think it's Stratomatic, isn't it?
Was it Stratomatic or Statomatic?
I don't know. I think it's Stratomatic.
Almost sounds like a Stratomatic.
Thank you, Kabuki.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like those football games, I always want to play them, but then I get bored, right? Because they're so repetitive.
See, this one, I like it's leaps and bounds better than any other football game I played. It feels like you're a head coach.
It's yards ahead of any other football game.
But the other thing is, like, it has these dual use cards. There's these cards that simulate gameplay. So they'll be like random events, but they only trigger sometimes. So it might say like, if this happened to be a running play that the offense ran, like the guy breaks a tackle and you get like an extra 6 yards or something like that. But they're like 5-time dual use cards. Like it's a really impressive game, but it's not even there. Like each team is special and asymmetrical and has like its own unique thing. Like, oh, this is the defense ball hawk one. This is the guy that's clearly got the fantastic punter, and like you have like your own different. But it's on the Game Crafter, so like nobody knows about it.
No, yeah, nobody will know it. I mean, there's thousands of games on Game Crafter now, right? Like thousands.
Well, I think that's why JT was looking for somebody on the video to just draw more attention to it. Because it's working. Like, I'm going to be praising Game Crafter games so much now because I do 4 videos about them, and the really good ones. And I'm assuming he's only sending me the cream of the crop for the most part.
Right.
It's cool. It's cool.
Well, pick out a hot game every month and do it. I bet you'll definitely we definitely notice when we do a hot game on game night. Like we did What a Wonderful World.
Oh, yeah, I got
30,000 views in a week.
Yeah, I did a solo gameplay of that. And that
was I hate to say it, but it's a lesser popular game, the Fast Loss or whatever, and it not as much interest.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like with this, with the new iPad, I'm going to start doing way more gameplays because I know people just like those a lot more.
I like to see how the games play.
Yeah. No opinions. It's just this is how the game is played.
Right.
Because by game night, we play all these games that are like games people are interested. I mean, we just played Sanctum. We're gonna play that new Diablo game next week. We play a whole bunch of new lighter stuff. We played this god awful cooking game tonight. So yeah, I think just shooting more gameplays is gonna help. Plus, I'm bringing on I started an unboxing series where I have my roommate talk with me about it, but he's not a gamer, so it's a really interesting, fresh perspective, like hearing from him. And it's I'm just trying different stuff, throwing everything against the wall. Plus,
like a comic relief kind of thing.
Yes, there's definitely that. Plus, my friend Lucy, now she's like getting into it. She's going to start making videos for me, and I got more people. Like my Gen Con crew is now 5 people, and my Origins crew is 5 people, and it's like it's growing.
That's bigger than the BG team.
I'm not pushing anyone to reviews because I know how much they hate reviews. It's just like, oh, if you want to do something, like I'm all open for it. But yeah, I'm at an interesting point in the channel where I think if I put a lot of effort into it, I could potentially get a lot back over the long term still, but faster.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you just got to put a hit in there every once in a while to catch the people who aren't subscribed, right?
Well, it's the mass market games for me. Those mass market games, those are like a lot of my bread and butter.
Right.
Then I'm carving out a niche apparently as a family game guy, so that works too.
Did you see the new Villainous, the Marvel?
I did. It actually got me really excited about all the other potential IPs that Disney could roll out, like a Star Wars one, or
I'm sure it's coming. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still hate that game with more than 3 players. But
well, the new Villainous, I guess, is not compatible with the old. The new
Why?
They've changed some mechanics of it.
Well, that could be good.
Could be good. Yeah.
The first one.
Yeah, that was my experience when we played it with 3 players. It was like a bucket of crabs game. Right? The bucket. You never have to put a lid on a bucket of crabs because the crabs keep pulling each other back down.
Yeah.
Right? One crab almost gets to the out, and the other crab's pulling back down.
I didn't know that was a thing.
What's up?
I didn't know that was a thing, but yeah, I guess that makes sense.
You never heard of the bucket of crab? I've thought I've said it before on here, but maybe you weren't.
Yeah, I've heard bucket of crabs
before here. Yeah.
I might have understood the reference.
Well, I'm not speaking from experience. I've never had a bucket of crabs in my possession. So I just from what I've heard is you never have to
Oh, really?
Bucket of crabs.
In role playing game news, did you see that the long sought after city source book Tolus from Monte Cook, Ptolus?
Yeah, I've had that on my wish list on Amazon forever.
So they're doing a Kickstarter for it right now.
Sweet.
Yeah, like $150. $150 you can get a print copy of Tolus.
I don't know if I ever got my other stuff from them. I'm really bad about following through my Kickstarter retrievals, receptions. I don't know what you call it.
It's not a pleasant experience.
No, well, I don't have the time.
Yeah, that too.
But you really
it isn't. You're exactly right on that. It isn't a very pleasurable experience to try to dig through it all, and
it's either they know it, and so they're like, "Oh, God damn it, I don't want to have to deal with this either," or they don't know it, and they're like, "Is this one of these fuckers who's just trying to get free stuff, or is it like, it's just?" And you never want to feel like that guy, Yeah. And so maybe, I think it's the same reason why we don't talk to some people as much as we want to, like pick up the phone, just because it's like
it's always going to be that, and that's what you got to do with Kickstarter. You got to be able to take that unpleasant conversation.
Yep.
Over and over and over. And don't sell everything. Like if I bought a game and gave you money, that's my copy. You don't get to sell it if I don't pick it up. Sorry, that doesn't fly.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. Like the fact that someone thinks that's cool.
That happens to me all the time. We don't have any more copies. I'm like, well, bullshit. Why'd you sell my copy then? It's you. It's up to you to not sell my copy.
Well, it's like the old thing that like people would complain. People would complain about. Like a miniature market who has the hold process where it's like, it's like you held my game and now I finally I have enough money to get free shipping, so go ahead and send my stuff. And they're just like, we don't have that game anymore. So and miniature market, I think they've changed it, but for a while they would just send out everything but that without even telling you. They were just like, yeah, here's all your stuff. We went ahead and gave you credit back for this $35 game that you bought because we don't have it anymore and we couldn't get it anymore. So, and so you just get it in the mail.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of that service, but I think as a person who would have to maintain all that, it's like a comic pull thing, right? Like,
but with a comic pull thing, usually you pay up front for that stuff.
Oh, you just pay them X dollars a month and they just pull it. But what if you never come pick it up? Like that's basically like the problem with Kickstarter. I never picked it up at the right time, and I didn't fill out the backer kit, or I didn't fill out the Cradox or whatever. I didn't fill out the survey right in the right timing. I didn't check out. I didn't recheck out my checkout after that I checked out at Kickstarter, which I didn't change anything, and it's my same address, and he still had my credit card, and I paid for the shipping already. It's like now I gotta go through a whole nother whatever.
Yeah, it's a bit complicated
stuff. I did back a shit ton of games in January though. A lot of big stuff came out last month and this month. You guys back the Dark Tower?
I was gonna back it, and then I just was like, you know what? And this is just maybe they learned their lesson, but I was really disappointed in, even though I knew exactly what I was getting into with it, but with Fireball Alley, I mean, I was like the quality of it was not great. And I remember like thinking that they could have done a better job with it, and I was just kind of and I've been kind of like, okay, well, I don't know if and in all honesty, the old school game really wasn't that good.
No.
If you went back and really played it, it wasn't that good. It was a luck box game, and
So I did play Fireball Island. I haven't played the newest one, but I played it when they were doing the tour. Remember when that guy was driving around playing it at every game store? Do you remember that?
I do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, one of their guys was driving around with a copy of the game, going to every game store in the country. And he's a local here, so I went out and I played, and it was fun. I had a good time. I liked it.
But yeah, and I remember who was driving that around. But
I gotta mention that.
I was gonna say, what's the JR?
I don't know.
We don't talk. We don't say the JR word here on the show.
Not like it's he who cannot be named.
Well, what I didn't want to make it about JR. I wanted to make it more about the experience. Anyway, whatever. I backed it. I mean, I never had an original Dark Tower. I bought a used one, like a French one, that put in the BGG library, and that's where it sat. And I never played it. I never played the original. I played the simulation of it on iPad. And I don't remember that being that great of a game either, Dark Tower.
Yeah, I don't think that would translate over too well to a mobile or app game at all.
Yeah.
I played it once with my buddy who's got an original copy of it. And I see the nostalgia on Dark Tower. I think it could be cool as a family game, but I think people are going to come into this expecting it to be the kind of thing you're going to play on a game night. And I think unless they make a lot of changes, it's going to really disappoint a lot of people. Like, as a family game, don't get me wrong, I absolutely want to get my hands on it, play this with my kids, and play with kids in my classroom. I think it'll blow their mind. Yeah. But game night, no, I don't think it's that.
Yeah, I'm excited to play it. I know Rob put a lot of work into it, so it should be good.
Oh, Kabuki said the new game is completely different. The new game is a co-op, for instance. Interesting.
That makes me more excited.
Yeah, that makes me really excited.
Hey, there's actually recent posts of people complaining on Lazy Gamer.
What did I say? Give me my pinky back?
No, just
pinky.
I sometimes wonder if that was really his hand.
It totally was his hand. Come on, that guy. Tried. I want to know what he did with all the material.
He had to have either sold it for scrap or thrown it away. I mean,
all pictures of it like around his house and like in the outside and like everywhere.
Yeah,
I remember. Did I tell you that we tried to get them to make us 2 very custom ones for BGG Con, like on the fly, and we paid them extra. We were like, we're gonna pay them a lot extra, and they're like, they took all the specs and what I wanted and everything, and then they like said we can't do it. We can't do it. We can't get it done in time. Like, okay, disappointment.
I am disappointed. I still wish that that Kickstarter would give me some sort of ability just to remove like either like
kill it out of my list.
Yeah, or archive. Just allow me to archive stuff out of my list.
Let me archive the stupid thing. It has no functionality. Do you know how long though? I would be fucking lambasted on BGG if we had this kind of service.
Yeah, you would. Oh my god, that'd be really bad.
It just tells you they don't listen to their users. But keep sending us the clicks. Keep giving us money.
Yes.
We need more money now that we have a union under our employ. I'm curious at how that's going to affect them at all. Like, you saw that, right? That they unionized?
Yeah.
Who unionized?
Tech company to unionize.
I'm sorry, who unionized? I didn't catch that.
Kickstarter.
Kickstarter?
The employees unionized. Despite Kickstarter's very constant trying to stop them to do it.
Yeah, they fired
people. They hired lawyers that were specialists in anti-union. Like, I also think, I know unions they have positives and negatives, right?
Yeah.
how bad is it? Like normally you unionize when feel like you're being mistreated as a worker, right? Like I'm guessing that's what you would do.
Yeah. I mean, you don't feel like they need to be covering this, or yeah.
Is that a fair statement? Am I just being like completely like obtuse? I don't know.
No, I mean that's what you do.
We got to unionize. We got to negotiate as one. We got to demand everything we want from management, and they got to treat us right. This is a fucking tech company. I worked at a tech company when I was in the 90s, like a well-funded one, like Kickstarter. We were treated like fucking kings. Like, what is Kickstarter doing? We were like, they would buy us dinner so here's the deal. I would come in around noon, whenever I wanted, basically. There was no specific time. At least I needed to be there at some point during the daytime. Come in around noon, start work till like 5 o'clock. Scott, what do you want for dinner? Oh, okay. I'll put in your order, fill out your whatever. Here's the restaurant, here's the menu. You fill out your order. Okay, we're gonna get you dinner.
Jeez.
So, all right, dinner. Someone would get the dinner, like an assistant. The fucking fridge was filled with beer and Coke and every drink you wanted. It was like a mini 7-Eleven inside the break room, like any snack you wanted. And if they didn't have it, it'd be like there was a list, like what do we need that you don't? What do we want that we don't have? Right? You could write it down. They would fucking go buy it. Wow. We were treated like royalty, like parties all the time, like catered thing, like Friday afternoon happy hours, like with a beer bust. Like,
I think it also.
I was like, this is heaven. I'm working. You're paying me too, and you're paying me a pretty high salary. Like, this is a tech company. Now, I don't know what Kickstarter does, but they must be treating people like shit. Like, what? Like, what? I mean, I don't know. I'm probably talking my ass. I know nothing. I'm an idiot. I don't understand the nuances of it, but I didn't care if we were union or not when I worked in tech. I was happy as a clam.
You're out of your fucking element, Donnie.
Yeah. Not the normal tale. Old school. I'm old school. Yeah, it's very possible.
Well, was that during the time period when there was like the big tech bubble, like all those?
Yes. It was during the .com bubble,
and so maybe that was part of the reason why. I mean, the bubble popped, and now it's gone back to what normal.
Here's the thing. I'll tell you what. Brain drain is a huge problem in tech, right? Like if one company is perceived to treat people better than the other, everybody fucking goes there. Like that happens.
Yeah.
Google, Yahoo, Microsoft, all of it. Anyway, that's old school.
It is old school.
Well, that's great that the tech companies can now treat people like shit. Good for them. I mean, whatever. I don't know. It's like it's a mystery. Not anymore.
Yeah. What about well, I remember like when I worked at US Bank, like in the company thing was if you even mentioned union, that was grounds for termination.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that's illegal now.
It might be,
I don't know. Yeah. Feels like it should be.
Yeah.
There's a great documentary called it was on the tip of my tongue. Something about American Car Company or no.
It's
called. It won. I think it won the Oscar.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Yeah, it's about a glass company. They make glass windshield stuff.
Yeah.
And they're owned by a Chinese corporation. American Car Company. American Car Company. No, that's not it. God damn it. I don't know what it is.
American Factory?
American Factory? Yeah, maybe it's American Factory. And you can tell, like, the Chinese were fighting their union tooth and nail to try to not get them unionized. They didn't. That's a spoiler, by the way.
And they didn't.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself there, Lance. I channeled you, American Factory. So it's an actually really, just besides the unionization part, that's like one piece of the puzzle. But it's these Chinese people coming in and they want to run American. They want to run it like Chinese, the Chinese way, with Americans like as the employees. And they're all like, God, these Americans are so weak. They want time off all the time. You know, like they want to go home. They want vacation. It's really kind of hilarious, like the way the Chinese like management is talking about the workers.
It reminded me a lot of Gung Ho, that movie with Michael Keaton.
Oh yeah, I remember that movie where he has to come in and he's the American liaison or whatever. Yeah. Was that a Japanese car company? I think came in.
I believe it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the whatever, they got those people or whatever into like buy it. Their factory was going under, but the Japanese company came in and got it up and running again or whatever. You know. So
that was a happy ending.
Yeah, it was a happy ending, and of course they had the moment of the come together moment of you know the Japanese way of doing things and the American way of doing things, and they managed to have a meeting of the minds, if you will. George Wendt was in that movie.
Mm. Well, American Factory is interesting.
Yeah. Well,
I know my experience with unions is not good. You can't fire people.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest complaints coming from a union.
Yeah, you could basically be a fuck off, and you couldn't. I mean, unless you were really like blatant. Like they had like some red button topics, right? Where you like if you threaten violence or like hit somebody or whatever, you'd be fired, right? But like incompetence, no, you couldn't really be fired. Like you'd have to go through this process, and the employee can appeal it, and you have to have a hearing. Like, what is this shit? Like, you can't manage people that way, in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's a thing, right? I mean, I guess that's where we are with the teachers union.
Oh yeah, it's. Trust me, you probably don't even know half of it. I mean, it's getting.
I'm talking from stupidity. I'm talking from watching documentaries, right? Like that's where I get my knowledge from.
Yeah.
We're literally to the point now in the second grade classroom where I student taught. The teacher, I was talking to her, and she was like, "We don't fail kids anymore unless we have the parents' permission. Like we cannot hold kids back
right?
without the parents' permission now." And it's like, so what do you just fucking shove them forward, and then they're further behind, and they're gonna struggle even more and be more of a distraction, and and struggle more. I mean, it's stupid. It's fucking dumb.
Isn't it weird that you can think that? Like I was always deathly afraid of failing.
Well,
like as a kid,
did you have a decent home life as a kid?
Yeah, it was all right.
Well, there you go.
So yeah,
I mean, if you don't have a decent home life,
yeah,
I have a couple kids. I've had a couple kids, let me rephrase that, one of which I have currently now, where I legitimately, honestly believe that the mother, and both of them were single mothers, don't care about their kid.
Right.
And I've had hundreds and hundreds of kids. And it's just like, oh my God. Like, it's like,
you can tell.
What's going to happen to this kid?
Right.
And it's, I mean, ugh, it's bad. It's just bad.
Yeah, I mean, it was weird. I was super self-motivated, right? Like, I don't ever remember my parents like, you got to do better in school. They never said that to me. I mean, I did okay in school, right?
Yeah.
So I never needed that, but I self-disciplined, like by fear of failure. But now I guess there's no fear of failure, so there's no. No, I don't know if that's the best motivator. Like, I mean, I'm sure I'm fucked up because of that. Made me who I am, but now there's no fear of failure because you can't fail.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the system's weird.
Well, I mean, it's also the fact that we raise these kids now, and we overpromise. Like we give these impressions to these kids that everything's going to work out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's not always the case. I mean, you have to work your ass off, and everything works out if you're lucky. But it's like,
and you have money.
That helps. That helps. But it's just, I see so many of these kids, and it's like, I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be a streamer. I'm gonna be this. I'm gonna be that. It's like,
oh my god, every kid wants to be a streamer now. I'm hearing it from my brother-in-law. My son, he wants to be a streamer. My friend, my kid wants to be a streamer. Like, wait, this is the number one career now? Like, nobody wants to be an astronaut. Nobody wants to be a doctor. Nobody wants to be an engineer. Nobody wants to be.
That's because that's hard work, Scott. It's not hard. Put on Fortnite and play for a couple hours.
Sure.
And ask for money. I mean, or if you're.
Have you ever sat there and watched a streamer get money?
I've watched.
Turn on.
I've watched a couple of the really high. I've never watched any of them just for their personality, but I've watched a couple that are like at the creme de la creme. Like I've watched some of the best Apex Legends players for a match or two, just because it's like 26 kills, and I'm like, okay, you piqued my interest. There's 60 people on the map. How the fuck did you kill 26 of them?
No problem.
I mean, 2 of them on your damn team.
Yeah. I watched one night, and then like I guess the guy is appealing to people in some way, but I find him like they're mostly crude and like sexist and racist and all that. And
I mean, they're teenagers. I mean, they're early 20-somethings that have been handed a huge pile of money.
The money, you see the money tick like every time they get a donation, it like flashes on the screen. You're like, what world is this?
Well, I mean, that does make sense. That's a little bit of it's a slot machine. It's an endorphin release. Like, oh, my name's being there. Everybody who's watching knows that I like this guy.
Is that what that is?
This guy's gonna shout me out. This celebrity.
Shout out the celebrity shouted out.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a celebrity. There's 1,000 people maybe watching the stream, and they're like, "Hey, thanks, Scott. Only from Texas. You're the best, man." Like,
I got a little excited there for a second.
Yeah. So you're like, well, maybe I'll do another $2 maybe tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, I guess that's true.
I mean, these kids, Andrew Yang hit it right on the head. He talked to a lot of tech entrepreneurs, a lot of people in Silicon Valley. The number one thing that he learned from these people was that they do not let their kids have that much screen time because they know.
They know what's inside these things.
Yeah, it's like when a chef doesn't want to eat the food. It's like, okay, he knows what's in it, and it's just all this screen time. It's like these video games teach them about gratification in ways, and I saw a little comic on Facebook about it. Like these kids, especially the ones living low income, they play these video games. It's like, you're a winner, you're the best, you scored the touchdown, you did this, and it's like, yeah, of course they get kind of addicted to that. Of course they want to have a job where they do that and they get paid. I mean,
all day long. Yeah.
I'm really, really interested to see what this generation of kids between the age of like 7 to 16 right now, like what are they going to be like in their 30s?
So we're in our best, I guess, employment of all time, right? Like unemployment.
Yes, that number is incredibly misleading, but yes.
What jobs do people have? Does that mean like if I drive Uber, I'm counted as being employed?
How it works, at least from what I understand, and I've looked at this a little bit, is the unemployment numbers are based on the people who have listed themselves as looking for employment. Right. So like seniors aren't counted or kids in college aren't counted. It only counts the people who have pretty much said that they're actively looking for jobs, I do believe. So that skews off the number of the
basically decided never to look for a job again. You're not considered unemployed, even though you are employable. Like if you are of the right age and want to work, but you've taken yourself off whatever.
That also factors in the fact that this includes people who are underpaid, like people who have a part-time job, but it's not enough to survive on necessarily. But they're counted as employed. They have the job. So I mean, the employment rate itself is just such a weird fucking number. Like that's one of those numbers that I've never took that much solace in because no matter what side you're on an argument when it comes to employment, you can skew the number however you want to. It's just a bad barometer.
But I'm just like, what are the jobs now?
Like, teaching,
teaching,
caring for people, nursing,
caring. Yeah.
I mean, hell, it's a running joke around where I live. I don't know if it is everywhere else, that if there's a single mom out there, she's probably an LPN or a nurse, RN. She's got some sort of nursing degree. And I dated a lot of women before I met my wife, and it's true. Like, it is true. It is a disproportionately high number of women going into the nursing field now. And I mean, retail jobs are going the way of the dodo bird.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
clerical jobs are going the way of the dodo birds. Janitorial jobs, driving jobs. I mean, it's going to be nurturing and skilled craftsmanship, things you can do with your hands, but eventually it's going to have to be skilled stuff, because eventually all this factory stuff is going to get replaced as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty much just caring for people or having ideas, or, I mean, hell, it's scary to think about, honestly, because when all these people lose their jobs, it's going to be, and that might be over 20 or 30 years, but it's only going to progressively get worse until we figure out how to solve it, because I think we finally hit that tipping point where all these innovations have caused more jobs. It's like the horse and buggy caused more jobs. The car caused more jobs. But I think we hit that. I think we hit the wall where it's like, okay, this is not going to cause more jobs. It's either going to reduce, or it's going to decline. And our population is increasing. Like, that's a big problem.
Yeah. Part
of the reason why I was so gung-ho on Andrew Yang is because he's the only one who really took a look at it and said, well, there's going to be a lot of fucking people losing jobs. This is not a doomsday scenario. This is 10, 15 years from now, realistically.
Yeah. I read something today. Expedia just laid off thousands of jobs, and this is an internet company that does internet stuff.
Yeah, the airline one.
Yeah, it's travel services.
Yeah,
and I looked up Expedia. I'm like, oh yeah, does that, like, I seem to remember that being owned by Microsoft at one point. And I looked it up. And I'm like, okay, no, they're owned by the Expedia Group. I'm like, okay, what is the Expedia Group? Very interesting. They own carrentals.com, Expedia.com, HomeAway, Hotels.com, Hotwire.com, Orbitz. Like, I know all these companies, right? Like, they've brought all the aggregators together into one company.
Well, I mean, even there, automation killed it. Automation killed it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why do you need an employee? I'm like, obviously, like, maybe you should, like, how did you have 6,000 people employed?
My God, they had 6,000?
I think the layoffs were they laid off over 6,000 today.
I mean, who's using Expedia when you can just go to Kayak and it gives you Expedia and all these other companies? Like,
I don't know.
It
it doesn't make sense. Like, what?
I hadn't really thought about jobs like that being killed by automation, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Somebody just wrote about
it. Paid attention.
HSBC announcing a major shake-up earlier today. The bank planning to cut
many people there. 12% of its workforce. That's a lot.
Wait. So
HSBC 35,000 jobs. Okay, another one. HSBC just fired 35,000 people. Anyway, we're talking too seriously.
Let's talk about something cool, but still on the topic. Which, did you see the new Amazon store they opened? Like, no. They've had all the Amazon stores. I'm sure you know about those, where it's like
you walk in, pick stuff up, and leave, and they send the bill. Yeah.
But now this is like a real grocery store. Like,
right.
You can get produce, you can get milk. Like, it's a real grocery store. Saying it. I think it was like 3 to 10 people they needed to operate it or something like that. Something just
nothing. Yeah.
And it's
so they build these giant data centers, right? And these, this rural town where I used to have all of my board games, Midlothian, they're building a Facebook data center, big, massive fucking thing. Guess how many people work there? 12.
20.
Yeah,
what?
12. Like, what?
It's real, man. It's real. That's why I'm glad to be in, like, education. Like, there's always like a robot's not going to be able to discipline as well as a human. Like
you think I can't? The robot can't shock a kid?
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's going to go real
electric shocks.
There'll be so low that it can't.
It's not fatal. No, it'll leave no permanent damage.
It's not fatal until the one time it screws up, if it ever does. And not to mention, the people that would be anti that happening would be the ones who'd be like, "What about when it screws up? What about when a kid dies?"
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to be like, "Could you guarantee me 100% that there will never be that technical issue?"
I mean, if I really am thinking weirdly, I could see a purely automated robotic teaching system with an AI.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree that the information being conveyed, and I honestly think that going artificial intelligence would actually improve the quality of the education because it would allow you to take different paths to teach the same material.
Right. Because the AI would know and adapt to know what would be the best method for what.
Oh, yeah, that would be amazing. But I still think the disciplinary issues, like I have a harder time seeing that.
Well, that would be the job. You're the disciplinarian.
Oh, so it takes away the education. I'm just a babysitter.
Yeah.
You say a robot can't discipline. If you ever say that a robot can't discipline a child, then yeah, you would have to have a human do it.
I don't like. I'm all about artificial intelligence. Obviously, I feel like that's a line that I might even have, like where robots are initiating punishment. That just seems like such a human thing. But hell, I mean,
like how much punishment are we talking? I mean, what do you? I don't know anything about school punishment. Is there corporal punishment still in school or no? No. Probably not.
No. Like spanking?
It's gone.
No.
Yeah.
No, you can't spank anymore. I mean, the rules are really fuzzy. It really depends on the school system. For me personally, I am the biggest disciplinarian in our school. Like, I'm pretty much a made man because whenever there's an issue with the kids, I'm pretty much just called in because I'm incredibly patient when it comes with kids, and I don't like the number one thing ever if you find yourself working with kids is to never, ever, ever let them see you sweat. They can never know that they impact your emotions negatively because while 95% of the kids, you can let them see it. It's not a big deal. That 5% will fucking feed off of it. And I have seen coworker after coworker after coworker, and it's always the same way. Like they do fine, and then there's just that one time where the wall cracks and the water gets through, and then when that kid sees that water get through, it's over.
Like blood in the water with a shark.
I actually just had a coworker quit a month and a half ago because of one particular girl in the class who just
a robot would be perfect for this job because they have no emotion. They can't be cracked.
Well, luckily I can't be. I don't have any emotions either. I'm a robot at work. Yeah. But back to the physical thing. What I'm allowed to do and what I do is I'm allowed to physically restrain kids if I see fit for their safety, my safety, or the safety of other kids in class. And I do that probably. I probably have to do that depending on the behavior of the kids every other week. Every other week, there's some point where I have to literally wrap my arms around a kid, sit down with that kid and say, you are not going to control your arms or control your legs until you can show me, because they're just kicking, punching, flailing. And it's, I'm not worried about getting punched myself personally, but I've seen kids just absolutely get waylaid by something because a teacher wasn't controlling their kid. I've seen a kid throw a chair before out of anger and hit a 4-year-old girl that was walking into her classroom with her parents. Like, so
do you yell?
No, I raise my voice. I have the dad voice. I have the best dad voice. Scott, what are you doing right now? Like that was bad. I need to get my emotions like.
Yeah, you would have to get a little more.
I immediately.
That's not dad voice. Dad voice is not yelling. Dad voice is measured and low toned. Like, is what you're doing right now what you really want to be doing? That's dad voice.
That's not my dad voice. My dad voice is not yelling. It is loud, It is direct.
Snappy.
It asks a direct and pointed question. And when I use that voice, the entire classroom gets fucking quiet.
Well, it's because you're yelling.
No. It's not yelling. It is because that's the thing. I don't.
Yeah, but okay. That's because you're raising your voice. I mean, kids respond to raised voices because they hear it from their parents at home.
It's kind of hard to explain, Lance. It's more just like I am at this point. I am louder than everyone in the class. I am the perfect amount of loudness so that the person I'm talking to can hear exactly what I'm trying to say.
But you're also saying that, I mean, it's great. It works for you. What I'm saying to you is that if the entire room hears it and everybody quiets down, you're definitely being louder than everybody else in the room.
Yes, correct. But they also just want to hear the juicy gossip, because when I talk to kids, I'm very blunt and direct with them. And everybody likes to hear the gossip. But yeah, I do have to restrain kids. I just had to do that yesterday.
I think a robot could totally do that.
Yesterday, I had a 7-year-old who was getting mad at it was 3-on-3 kickball inside in this big room. And he was screaming at everybody because he didn't like the rules. And I was the referee. And I was very nonchalant, like out, in, it hit your shoulder, hit your head. And he was screaming at me. He was screaming at the kids. And I have this rule in my class, which actually kind of goes against the grain of a lot of teachers, is that if everyone in a group wants to exclude someone else and they have a good reason, I allow it. That's real life. If you act like a dick bag, you're going to get kicked out of social circles. And I see it more as an exploratory way to say, well, why do you think they don't want you there? And this kid he's got a lot of anger issues. Like he's been through a lot. Like I've had his siblings. He's got 6 siblings from a single mom. I've had a lot of his siblings. I know his family very well, and he has a lot going on. But he tipped over this big basketball hoop, which is about 7 foot tall, and then he threw a chair. He smashed a chair on the ground, and then he started just flailing around. And I had to physically. I just calmly walked up, and I said, "You're not going to do this in here." I picked him up, bear hugged him, walked him up to front, and he sat on my lap. There were parents all around because, they're packing up their kids, they're paying their bills. He is screaming and kicking and flailing. And, I'm covering my ass a little bit. I'm like, well, you are not going to be safe when you're throwing chairs and knocking over the basketball hoop. So I am going to control your arms and your legs until you can show me that you are going to be safe with them. And this process, it might take 15 minutes. Sometimes it's terrible. I have 2 kids on the spectrum. One of them is a 12-year-old girl. I think she's 11 now, 11 or 12. She's big. She's like 5'3", probably about 130 pounds, and she has a headbutting problem. Like she will headbutt. She's on the spectrum, and she just, like for me that's a challenge. Like, but it's not fun. But that's about the extent of the corporal punishment you're going to see. That's legal, is pretty much just completely being able to confine the child to protect them and protect the kids around. That's about the extent you're going to find probably most places. To answer the corporal punishment question. It's not fun. It's never pleasant. I've gotten punched hundreds of times, literally in the 10 years I've worked there. I've gotten kicked even more. But luckily, kids are weak.
Kids are weak.
The most painful injury I ever got at work was from this little 4-year-old girl. Cutest girl ever. We had this thing where we'd poke each other and be like, "Hey, what are you doing?" We just poke each other like, "What are you doing?" And one time she walked up to me. First thing when she went to work, she walked up real fast because I was like one of her favorites. And she poked me directly in the belly button through my shirt. Completely incidental. I thought I needed to go to the hospital. I was in agonizing pain for days.
What?
Yeah.
Did she tear the skin?
Yeah, I Googled it at the time, and I'm lucky it didn't do a serious damage, but it was one of the most painful experiences of my life. Wow. Most painful injury I got was from.
I thought she was going to poke you somewhere else, but
nope, just right square, because her finger, she got little fingers. She got directly the belly button inside of it, and just a lot of pressure.
she was just right into your intestines.
Yes, because it's direct pressure too. It's not like spread out. It's just like ding.
Right. She pinched your large intestine.
Yeah. The worst time I ever hurt a kid. We're going on these stories. Was actually the day that I realized I needed to stop playing with the kids. And there's a 3-year-old boy named Abraham. Actually, this was years ago, and we were on a hill. And we were running around, and I was chasing them. We're having fun. I used to be really physically active with the kids, big into the wrestling and stuff. The parents loved it, and the teachers loved it. It was great. And I was running down the hill trying to catch this kid, and this kid just ran right in front of me, and he got my knee at full speed, pretty much, right in his chest. And I swear to God, kid flew back about 2 feet, rolled backward somersaults a couple times, and I was like, oh my God, I'm fired. Oh my God, am I going to jail? Oh my God, what's going on? And luckily he was fine. He popped right back up, walked that off. Nothing ever came of it, but like I was scared to death. There's another time I nearly crushed a girl. We got these big boxes in this big room that I was talking about, the same one where they played kickball. And the kids jump on the boxes all the time. They run around in these boxes like they're big wood boxes. And this girl was underneath the box, and I jumped on top to be like a monster or something. And the entire box gave. And I just it was just splintering wood and her screaming. And I was like, oh my God. Luckily, nothing came out of that as well. But
dodged a few bullets there.
Needless to say,
I was talking about
physical as I used to.
Yeah, the corporal. I remember being it was never me. It was always a buddy or a friend or something. Like you could have a 3-day suspension, or you could take 5 whacks. Like it was a choice, right? Like I think your parents were notified either way, but like a lot of my friends took 5 whacks. I'm like, oh, okay. Because I guess a 3-day suspension, you still have to make up the time. Like by the end of the year, like Saturdays, or I don't know. I was never disciplined. I never had detention. I never had any.
The other thing to think about there is, it's going to be 10 times worse if you take the 3-day suspension, especially depending on how old you are.
Depending on how bad
the parents are going to have to make.
Yeah.
Like, so it's like, yeah, I'll get my ass whooped as long as I'm not, because it's not going to be nearly as hard as it might be at home.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. I still think robots could do that job, but a little bit away from that.
Scott, I am all about the artificial intelligence, and I would have no problem saying that it could if it could. But I think you are very out of touch with especially low income kids in my age range.
Definitely, for sure.
Like they have so many behavioral issues of all different varieties, not just like bullying.
You're almost being paid as a social worker, social counselor, right? Like, I mean, you're counseling the kids as much as you are teaching them.
I don't want to make it too serious, but I mean, it's why I'm running for political office. I mean, really, that's at the core, because every family, you put up the picture, put up that picture, and that's the picture you show society, and that's the picture that 99% of society sees. But as a teacher, I see that picture, and then I spend hours and hours and hours with these kids, and I form very close connections and bonds with these kids. And when you form close connections with people, you talk to them about your life. And so I start to get into this weird gray area where I see the real truth, and I see what these kids are actually dealing with at home. This was 3 weeks ago. Mom's boyfriend got arrested this morning. I'm kind of happy about it because now I'll be able to stay up on my iPad as late as I want. Just today, one of the kids that I was talking to, she came up to me and she's like, because she's in this thing called the band club after school, and she was like, "Can I have snack, Mr. Forrest?" And I was like, "Well, we already did snack." And she's like, "Oh, I'm just really hungry, and I'm worried because last night we didn't get home until late, and I didn't eat until 10." And this is an 8-year-old girl telling me this, that she didn't eat until 10. Right. To put that into perspective, I have a 7-year-old whose bedtime is 8. And this kid is a.m. Like these are one of the kids that get dropped off at 6 and picked up at 6 because my center is open 6 to 6, and so I start to see all this stuff, and it's just.
So she doesn't get home till 10 because the mother picks him up, and then
obviously a very special
or whatever.
Yeah. But the fact that even happens on a just a seeming a Tuesday, it's just like a regular Tuesday, and she goes to school the next day, and oh man, just that gets me pissed off. It's like I don't care how great a teacher is, if your kid is not going to bed until 11 or midnight or something like that, and they get up at 6 a.m., they're not going to be in peak position to learn.
Sure.
You know, it just frustrates me.
Well, maybe a robot can't do what you're doing. I am out of touch with it.
I think it would not be one of those jobs that could be completely replaced, but I think what you said, hand in hand, absolutely, especially when it comes to looking at the data and seeing how that particular child learns best. Because that's our biggest problem is damn standardized testing. It's terrible. It's terrible, and it makes the teachers teach to the tests, which strips away their creativity. And these teachers, they get into teaching because they had that teacher who was able to really help them see how amazing education could be, learning could be. And now with teaching to the test, teachers aren't given the tools to really to be able to do that. They don't have the time because their raises are based on these damn standardized tests. It's just our whole fucking.
So they basically have to teach the test so they can make a raise.
Honestly,
right? Yeah, it's not a good system.
I would vote for any who told me that they were going to completely destroy our current education system, rebuild it from the ground up over the next 12 years, and absolutely focus on the proper way to actually assess children. Like, children should be able to show you they have learned the knowledge by a speech, by a standardized test, by writing a report on it, by doing a PowerPoint, by doing a skit on it. As long as they can convey the knowledge that they have picked up, like, that's what education should be. Like, the fact that we're like, no, you need to fucking learn that Abraham Lincoln did this in 1812, and it's like, just pisses me off. Nobody's going to solve it because no one's going to vote for somebody who's like, I want to tear down our current educational system and rebuild it over the next 12 years. But it's the only way it's ever going to get really fixed, I think.
Zombies.
Yeah. I'll fix it.
We wipe out half the population. We can definitely take a look at a new education reform.
Do you ever think the whole government will collapse at some point?
Ours?
Yeah.
Yes. It's inevitable.
I think it's too big to fail. I think there have to be some sort of massive, massive change on the global landscape. But I honestly think we're too big to fail at this point. I think we contribute too much to society as a whole for that to really happen. Just like I don't think China's ever going to fail. Just because
look at Rome. Rome failed.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a damn good point.
Corruption, greed.
If a government can't do anything and all it does is just spend money and tax money, is that a government? It just never accomplishes anything. I mean, obviously it accomplishes some things, but to the level where we're at now, where we can't accomplish much.
Well, here's the thing.
As a
better, I don't think the government would ever fail is because of if we actually looked at all the numbers and we said, all right, government shuts down tomorrow, it's completely done. Right. How many people's lives are completely destroyed? Immediately.
Yeah.
Counting their families.
Probably half the country.
That would and what would happen? Mass violence, mass crimes, mass theft, just bad shit. So I think there would be, no matter how bad it got, I think there would be enough billionaires who would say, all right, we'll fucking fix this, because there's people with enough money that if they band it together, they could almost run the damn government. Like if you get like the top 10 billionaires in America and just said, all right, could you guys do the government for a couple of years? I'm sure they could probably do it. So I just think we're too big to fail, honestly, at this point. I mean, Barry's got a hell of a point there. What's the last major civilization that fell?
What's up?
What's the last major civilization that fell?
Oh, well,
they've done it all the time.
Not very good.
Look at Afghanistan, how they're going through. Mexico's constantly going through different governments.
But I'm talking about major, like big dogs, like a really big, like when Rome fell. Rome was huge. I mean, all roads lead to Rome. Yeah. So when's the last time
the Soviet Union?
Yeah, I think that'd probably check the box.
Yeah.
Japan,
deep thoughts tonight.
Well, I think it plays into the fact that it's the technology age. It's going to be a lot harder to fail because, it's not like someone could just rob all of our money or steal all of our gold or, poison all of our water. I mean,
go watch The Theory of Money on YouTube, by the way. There is no money. There's no actual money anywhere. It's all theoretical.
Yeah, and because
it's actually if you had not a YouTube video of the night, The History of Money or whatever. Let me see if I can find actual video. Sorry, I'm like bad tonight.
Yeah, I'll leave the tab open. What is it? Because I gotta.
Let me find it. I think it's like the history of currency or history.
Well, I mean, just if you think about money long enough, it'll drive you crazy because it's like, okay, so you somehow convinced people that something is worth money. So originally, you handed people, when we were on the gold standard, I mean, which is now a long time ago. I mean, the idea was you could walk into a bank or you could walk and you could hand them $100 and they'd, have to give you $100 worth of gold, and so, and gold was something that's worth something. And well, then why is gold worth something? Well, because gold by itself can actually be used for things. It isn't just to make gold bars or gold coins. It has numerous actual industrial uses, apart from being pretty and being able to make jewelry out of it and what have you. So that's why the gold standard would work, because like if you had a bunch of gold, like gold is used in a lot of different like electrical uses, things like that, and it's like you could convince a company to give you something else for it. So that's why. But we went off the gold standard because we were just like, well, one, we don't have enough gold to like really back up all the money we have anymore. Or we could see in the future we wouldn't have enough money to back up that. And because gold is becoming more and more valuable. But the other thing is, it's just like we've just been conditioned to say, I have a $20 bill. I'm going to give you this $20 bill and you're going to give me those 2 pizzas because this $20 bill is worth those 2 pizzas. And we've just decided that somewhere. And everybody has just bought into the idea that that piece of paper is worth that because the person that takes that $20 for those 2 pizzas they just made can take that $20 and they can use it for something else, and that person believes that that $20 is still worth $20. And if you think about it too long, as Scott said, you'll kind of go crazy. You'll just be like,
you're looking to learn more about history.
It's actually quite eye-opening if you've never seen it and understand what money is doing in the world these days.
What's it called?
I'm trying to find it. It's been so long since I've seen it. Now when I search, there's so many monetary policy, monetary theories.
Well, it's like the idea that what was the last time where we got China to invest in us? It was 5 years ago? I think it was, just basically they invested like whatever it was, some billions and billions of dollars, whatever, because we were still, we're still, it isn't like we pay interest on that money, like, and it isn't like, it's the idea that China invests like $300 billion in the United States, something like that. I mean, it's like, okay, that sounds like, absurd. Like, It isn't like they're actually taking money out and handing us money, or even electronically moving money. It's just like that money is represented by so many other different like processes, and
I think it's extra history is what extra credits channel. It's called the history of paper money.
Yeah.
I think this is the one I've seen.
Economists are
It's like 10 parts. So it's a lot to watch. But it's very interesting. I had no idea.
In high school, I had
I think it is.
In high school, I had an economy teacher that was pretty much a philosopher, and he did a really good job of his very first lecture on the very first day in economy was he told the story of the king asked he wanted to understand his kingdom's economy, and so he asked all of his high-level economists to go out and research things, and they said dumb down economy into one sentence, and then they all went out and did research, and they all came back and they presented. His one sentence was, "There is no such thing as a free lunch." And he said, at the end of this year, you are going to write me a paper that either supports that or tears it down. And so you had to write a paper at the end of the thing of whether or not there is such a thing as a free lunch. And he's one of my dad's like best friends, and he's still around. I see him every once in a while. Good guy, good fisherman. But yeah, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Is there a free lunch?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, I mean, I believe there is no such thing as a free lunch, because no matter what, somebody's paying for it. And in some way that the payment for that lunch is going to circle back and hit you somehow. In an imperceptible, like fraction of a thing, it'll circle back and hit you, but you'll never know it. But on the most basic of levels, if somebody says, "Hey, I'll pick up your Subway today," it's like, yeah, that was free, but it cost you money somehow. I don't know. We just have faith in our systems and our governments that we will continue to have our systems and our governments in place, and it's a finely held balance that we just accept it, and we accept the fact that like our lives will never radically be altered, right? Like even if even in war-torn countries, people still accept money as a thing, because that money can still, you can take that money and you can still convince somebody to give you something for that money. Now, I mean, if our society had a complete and total collapse, of course, a la Walking Dead world, people would stop taking money. The things that be like food, bullets, water, those would be the things that would be worth something. The incredibly forgettable movie, but really good book by David Brin called The Postman. But it has that opening scene or whatever where Kevin Costner finds the cigarette machine, and he opens up the back and he sees that, and he's got like 20 packs of cigarettes or something like that. And he goes, "Oh my God, I'm rich." Because like each cigarette could be like traded for so many things, because it's something that doesn't exist anymore. Same as that fantastic movie and good graphic novel as well, Snowpiercer. I love that movie.
Made by the director of Parasite, by the way.
Of what? Oh,
Parasite.
yeah. I knew that. But yeah, Snowpiercer, totally. And great graphic novel too. Well worth picking it up on your comic book reader if you don't want to pay for it. But that was like that. It's the crazy world that they lived in, where I think the best scene in Snowpiercer is when they're in the middle of that giant battle. They're just chopping each other up with the axes and everything, and then they realize that they're passing the marker, and everybody stops killing each other for like 5 seconds and yells "Happy New Year" because they've been traveling. They know every time they hit
the world for a year.
Yeah, they when they pass by that one marker, they know that 1 year has passed.
Is that in the movie?
Snowpiercer.
Yeah, I know. Is that in the movie though?
Yeah, it is in the movie. Yeah, but just like it's still, they all stop and they smile and look at each other and yell "Happy New Year," and then the train passes the marker and they go back to just hacking each other up. Yeah, crazy stuff.
I hope this is that video. I'm gonna watch this video again and see if it really explains modern monetary policy, but like, or theory, because it's quite interesting. Anyway.
Yeah.
I think I'm done.
Yeah, I think I'm done too. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. This is the longest week. I let Forrest get all Twitter-pated.
Twitter-pated?
Over his love of his teaching and his children and his career. It's admirable. It's extremely admirable.
I would not have the patience for that. Absolutely not.
Yeah. So,
actually, are you guys watching that Hunters show?
My wife and I have it in our like plan. We're gonna like sit down and start. We got to finish watching Lock and Key. We've got like 3 episodes left, and then we're gonna do Hunters.
Is that any good?
Lock and Key? Yeah, it's worth the watch. It held true to the graphic novels so far pretty well.
Okay.
I did rewatch like his background noise. I rewatched both seasons of Mindhunter though. Again.
Yeah.
I'm ready. That show is so good.
You guys watching Better Call Saul?
Yes. Of course.
So good. 2 episodes back to back. It's so great.
But no, I mean, Mindhunter is so good. It is. You have to. The first 2 episodes of the first season are really slow and very dialogue driven. But when they finally start hitting their mark,
the second season is really where it's at for me.
Oh, that second season when I mean, and if you actually do some research into the Atlanta child murders, it's like it's pretty it's really possible that I mean that guy probably did quite a few of them, because there's enough evidence, like basically the DNA. They did a retest. I was reading about this. They found dog hair on some of the victims,
right?
And they theorized that he would have the dog in his car,
right? And they were sitting on the back seat.
Yeah. And so then like in the dog, so that was the reason they get in.
The guy that the killer the actor they got to play was like spot on. Like it's so.
Oh, he was
super weird, and like he always had like the perfect answer.
Oh yeah, and like you know, it's just like, what were you doing? He's like, watching TV, playing solitaire. And he's like, was anybody with you? You know, it's like somebody with me playing solitaire. You know, it's just like But
I'm ready for the next season.
Yeah, I know, but that guy, they took the hair from the dog the guy had.
Yeah.
And it's like basically it's like it's a 1 in 100 chance that
people weren't convicting.
There could be another dog.
There was no DNA. Was not. I mean, it was a thing, but it was like people were not convicting on DNA. It was not being used as a convicting tool.
Well, they even mentioned that in the show. They said, you know, the DA won't give you a warrant for your science mumbo jumbo.
Right.
Yeah. It's like because it was. Well, they still say to. I mean, most people, like when they talk about the OJ trial.
Yeah.
If that had happened after the show CSI came out, where they talked about DNA, he would have been convicted in a heartbeat. But it was like people just didn't.
He was all set up, though, right? I mean, that was the defense.
Well, yeah, that was he was all set up.
The chain of evidence was all busted up. Anyway, cool. Good to talk to you guys.
Yeah, good talking to all of you. Next week, normal, but then the week after, I'll be at GAMA, so I won't be around. So, and BGG will be at GAMA, but not you, right? You're too cool for school.
Correct. I need to do some business.
Business, BIDNES.
Take care of business. TCB.
Good for you, Forrest.
It's interesting.
Keep doing God's work, my man. Barry, thanks for chatting with me for like the first 45 minutes when nobody else wanted to show up and hang out with us. Yeah. And thanks to Rob for being here when he was.
Yeah,
it was nice to have him on again. Somebody mentioned we got to get Rob and Travis on at the same time, and just everybody else shut up and let those two talk. I think that would be fantastic. Just the two of them.
We need Barry Doublet back on too.
Yeah, he's all.
I know you guys can watch this, but Barry was hilarious to watch at Cannes. Like he's got a million songs in his head. He's singing constantly. He's making noises. He's quite entertaining on stream.
He's a very nice guy.
Yeah, and entertaining, and talented. And he speaks French really well.
Yes, he does.
He sells himself short. It was kind of funny because they'd walk up and he has this British accent, and they're like, they're like, is this your first time to Cannes? And he goes, yes, it's my first time, which he's never been to the FIJ. And they would ask, oh, and how are you finding France? He goes, well, I love it. He goes, oh, really? He goes, how many times have you been here? He goes, well, I live here. And they're all like, what? Like that conversation repeated itself many times, and he's not forthcoming with it. He's like, well, I live here and I work and da-da. But it's funny how he like dribs and drabs it out, and then they're all like, what? And you speak French? And then they start speaking French, and then it's like, oh, everything's great. You're my best bud.
Nice.
So, yeah. By the way, enchanté. I love it. Enchanté. Okay, enchanté.
All right, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Yep.
Thanks for coming on. I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right. See you guys.